Okay, give me one moment, chap. I'm stuffing my face real quick. Clawbringer is fun. I think I really like Clawbringer. Okay. Food has been consumed. And I'm ready to beat my face against this gear grind. There's like some super specific roles I want for my Clawbringer. And we gotta work on that today. Looking for that joint training with Clawbringer power and good stats otherwise. I'd take frost damage, I'd take fire damage, I'd take dark magic damage. I don't want lightning, but I'll take it. The one I don't want is poison, because I'm not doing any poison damage in this spec. Unless I shoot a White Rider. But, like, I don't want to have to hard switch to a White Rider. So, yeah, Kevin, that would suck. But how you doing, Cheese, Kitty, Jester, Mr. Adblock, Itsukado, David, New Mexiben, Hazel. Where's Shirley? Yeah, you got me. You got me. Zip Zip Boom, long time Messi, I hope you're well. Random Number God, I have coffee. Coffee's a great idea. Let's drink more coffee. Tender Madness, Simple Rick, Stump, Viper. Trying to get the last piece of the Shrine of Zumios. Paladin Mike isn't Lizzie's for his campaign. Come find this beautiful dude anywhere. He's sometimes by one of the gates. Try, like, one of the, like, on the edge of city limits. Try, one of the area transitions there. Alcazanda, how you doing? Carrion Core, how you doing? Pico, good to see you. Glad it seems Clawbringer is finally getting respect. Remember, the full context of why people were less enthusiastic about Clawbringer, at least on the content creator side, for a lot of us, the full context was not taken. What I was pretty consistent about saying is, it seems harder to figure out, and it's going to take some time and some more investment, which it did, and now that we've figured some things out, it's able to really shine. Mentalist, how you doing? Moveface, good to see you. Notashby, hope you're well. You know how to play through 2 so I can read only farm headcanon. Dude. Pain. Do I even unleash that spaghetti on these people, chat? That cheese, rather. Do I unleash? Because that shit gave me a headache. I'm gonna be honest. It was the morning Onyx, how you doing? There's an actual spin to win build at the moment? Yeah, you can. You can do that. Document for rings and amulets like the one for class mods? If it's anywhere, it would be in the Discord. The exclamation point Discord, if you're not in there already. Lots of resources, people working on more by the day.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Herrera.
Finally, I get into Godfall.
I was playing some of the new Godfall update last night. They do this thing with Godfall where every 6 months or so, they're like, hey, so we just kind of made our combat better. Our already good combat. We just improved it. Here you go. Here's another system overhaul. Yes, it's also free. Enjoy. Like, Godfall's fucking wild. Those devs are built different. They are truly built different. But game good. Check out that update if you have that game. Free, by the way. Not sponsored, just love the game. You're right, I'm just biased since I love Hammer Zerker. Nothing wrong with having a favorite, Pico. Nothing wrong with that. Doing awesome. Finally started playing last night. I'm ready to call out of work and go home to play. Let's go. Gave up farming necklaces and armor, just started an alt. Yeah, I'm gonna farm a lot of necklaces today. It's gonna be pain. It's gonna be pain. Got my Berserker last night, 40 and C20. Nice. It's good news, bad news. Power upgrades needed, and that's all. I believe it. So the spaghetti that Cheese and I are dancing around is, it seems like some quest rewards, but only directly from the quest, so not from the vendor after the quest, have a chance to come as an enchantable version. And you cannot reroll enchants onto an enchantable version, onto a non-enchantable version, but you can if you happen to get the quest reward with an enchant. Now, I've not seen this at all in my personal gameplay, but it's something a bunch of other people have reported and apparently seen, and it just makes my head hurt, so I'm not gonna do anything about it. I'm just not gonna look at it. I'm just gonna pretend like I don't know that, and that's that. Hey, Faint Pulse. I don't have a command for that set up right now, but I can go over the build that I'm gonna be playing with before we start. Me, the streams really do need new game. Yeah, that does say that to me as well. Got a Deuces with an enchant. Pain. Now I want a Last Rites, but I'm using a volatile Last Rites, so now I want specifically a volatile Last Rites with an enchant. So, like, pain. Hey Chippy, how you doing? Asked me once to forgot what weapon that was. Thank you for confirming, handsome Sultan. And Zip Zip Boom, thank you so much for the 17 months. Thank you. Compliments to the chef. Alerts will get around to it eventually, but let's jump into game and I'll start explaining the spec. For anyone who missed it yesterday. Also, I've been fiddling with my graphic settings. There's been a bit of a discourse on that on Twitter. I've been fiddling with my my Wonderlands graphic settings, trying to squeeze more performance out of this game because it's a beautiful game.
My compliments to the chef.
Thank you so much for the 17 months. I appreciate it. Played on matchmaking yesterday. I played with the Graveborn, who's able to nuke the whole map in one hit. So many things. I want to build it. There's lots of ways to be very powerful in this game. What's today's quest, Avarius? Today's quest is get good amulets, and it's tough. Hey, Aushin, how you doing? Oh, also, I found a thing last night that I didn't know was possible. You can get a ×4 sawmill. I thought it stopped at 3. No, you can get a ×4 sawmill. So now my sawmill farm looks even more miserable. The gun that I never get a drop of has even more parts than I was aware of. Yeah, you can get a ×4 sawmill. I got this as a drop last night. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's the Hellfire quest reward. It is. You got one from a vendor, non-enchanted, and was able to enchant it. So, is there no consistency to it? Do you just need to check every individual version to see if you got one that could be enchanted? Found a ×4 Tory launcher. Yes, I was aware of those. Favorite Berserker multiclass, doing Claw at the moment, enjoying. Just Berserker with everything, Onyx. So, this is my Clawbringer Graveborn. Currently, I'm going Graveborn for Blast Gasp for my armor. Also for bonus dark magic damage for my Corrupted Plate Mail, and for healing from Sanguine Sacrament. Those are like the reasons I'm in Graveborn, but it's still a main Clawbringer spec. I've been messing around with the points up here, and these look a little bit different than they did last stream. I have Max Oath of Fire, of course. Max Oath of Thunder, which I was not doing before, and I'm testing it out for Wyvern damage output. Max Dragon Aura for damage. We got 3 in Rebuke. I had it at 5 before. The value per point of Rebuke doesn't seem as substantial as some of these other points, so I'm testing things. 1 in Blasphemous favor, just because it's an individual damage source, so like maybe it can trigger some shit. I haven't tested to see if this triggers Awe. If it doesn't, then I move the point, but if it does, then I keep that for just uptime on this. Firebolt and Storm Breath are extremely powerful attacks from the Wyvern. You take these, and you also get a moderate bonus to your character. This 8% that says gun damage isn't normal gun damage, so it's a little more valuable than that. But the Firebolt attack is good. Well, the Storm Breath attack is definitely the most powerful thing the Wyvern can do. It's really, really, really good. And you get 12% damage reduction. Then Max Awe. For those who missed it, Awe is post-add crit chance. Meaning, you do your entire crit formula calculation, leaving out Awe, and then on the end you slap on this value. So 33% on the end after crit calc, meaning it's the biggest individual crit chance boost in the entire game. Yeah. Yeah. And then 1 in Indomitable is a nice little safety net. And Storm Smite, because I want to make Storm Smite kill things, and it's fun in mobbing. Yeah, I want this with enchant. That's why that quest reward enchantment spaghetti upset me. Because that's not happening. English, how you doing? Tomato, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Gotta back to work. Hope always have a great day. Take it easy, Zip Zip Boom. I appreciate you. Blast Gas apparently double dips. That is how that works, yes. It is a damage source based off of another damage source, so it inherently double dips. Blast Gas, Blast Chill, Spore Wardens, Poison Explosion enchant, all those things double dip.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin near me.
WOAH wow wayo wo quag cozy quag cozy quag cozy quag cozy quag cozy.
Quag cozy. Thank you again, Tomato. Is the crit damage post stat as well? No, it seems to be normal crit damage. How does this build fare with bossing? Very good. We can show. Was it confirmed to be post stat from code? The chance you had in practice looked more like pre-add to me. I want to say CZ or 10 FPS confirmed it. offhand. You can check with either one of them. Is Kaokon Sniper not available to get enchants? Yeah, that one's not enchantable, weirdly. Heard you mentioned Godfall. Is it worth getting? Absolutely. Great game. Great game. Does it all apply to dots? Yes. Yes, it does. Scroll of Wisdom. And that's one of the things that it's really good for. Yeah. Blastcast is a very short fuse field to me, but less dumb. It's not less dumb, is the thing, though. It's equally dumb. Equally. It's just the same thing, but on spell instead of gun. Actually, short fuse had an enforced cooldown. Hey, a headcanon. Short fuse had, like, a cooldown. Blastcast doesn't.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Need all class mods? Yeah, that's gonna be the play. For most claw builds, you're gonna go for all armors. Especially if you're going for the other tree's capstone, you're definitely gonna want to get all from your armor. Oh yeah, I forgot to equip my action skill I was respecing. There we go. There's our damage. Thank you, Indomitable. Very cool. What's the Blastcast armor combo? This one is Graveborn primary, Claw secondary for Blastcast. Sadly, Hammerzerker does not get on either combination. Well, that's the thing, Pico. You don't have to have both of your classes on your armor. I have a lot of setups where my armor has class power for a class that I'm not using just for the skill roll being more important. And honestly, Berserker power is like one of the less important ones compared to certain other class power. Because Berserker power is what a boost to your enrage, which is ultimately not a massive part of your damage. It boosts your blast chill, and it boosts your Berserker specific action skills. Which, unless you're doing like a Dreadwind build, none of that's very impactful. So you can really get away with not getting Berserker power there. If you want to make it up somewhere, you can always take that in your amulet slot instead. But having the Clawbringer power is going to improve your hammer throw if you're doing that. It's going to improve your capstone if you're doing that. It's going to make your Wyvern tank harder and do more damage. Clawbringer power is going to be way more important to most builds than Berserker power is. Yellow, we can do yellow. 29 years alive today. Yo, happy birthday, Aaron. Happy birthday. Or Paradigm. Spell and melee increased by ability. With ability damage roll. It's another Blastcast armor, so I guess I take that. Mess around with that later. What's your spell? This is an Impaling Ice Spike. So, the kind that summons a spike from the ground, that's what you want to look for part-wise down here. Has really high card damage. Play with Claw Stabba doing some work in those dots. Yeah, Azir? Yeah. I've heard it's very enjoyable. I've been considering shuffling around the second class on this build from Graveborn, but I don't really want to lose the healing in Blast Gasp, so I haven't. But definitely there's potential for doing Stabbo for dot stuff. Spore Warden for some ability damage. Spell Shot for gun damage. Which is a weird sentence before you think about it. Because Graveborn is doing more for my spells in this setup than Spell Shot would do for my spells in this setup. But Spell Shot would be doing more for my guns. Morning, Mozilla. How are you? Newbie, good to see you. Was that an elite room as well? Ooh. Took a ton of digging. Yeah, post-ad just seems strange to me. You seem to hit 100% crit chance on guns with it being post-ad. Yeah. There were definitely times where my heat was going up, but the liquid cooling restores more than it drains. So, I wasn't hitting 100% crits, I don't think. But it still looks like I am. Is my theory, at least, based on how this looks. Yo, Peter Panda, thanks for giving us up to Aaron. I appreciate that. Thank you. Ooh, this enchant I was looking for on a good shield for so long, good ward, but I'm struggling to get damage out of this. I've got to invest more into area damage, I think, to build around that enchant. Wonder if a triple charge roll Ice Spike can exist. I've not seen any restrictions on parts like that. Like, I've seen someone else got a double charge Twister. I've seen an extra charge Buffmeister. Like, I've not seen anything to suggest they can't, but that's something that could be looked into. That Storm Smite didn't work. Anything but poison? Yeah, anything but poison. Clawbringer power, you know, good damage stats, preferably chaotic. Anything but poison. Most preferably fire, but like, I'm not that picky. Like what I'm using right now. I have dark magic damage, Clawbringer power. It's chaotic, so like those rolls are good. But then I have gun reload speed and fire rate. The reload speed does nothing in this setup. The fire rate's like, okay. I mean, I suppose it helps this gun. Run around with this for a bit. Livewire. Way liquid cooling works is you need 5 crits to get negative heat for 1 second, so it doesn't stop heating up, it goes down, the way I understand it. Yeah, it definitely, like, is a net. So it's 5 to 1 ratio, and it's still positive compared to the heat of those 5 shots. So yeah, in theory, you only need a 20% crit chance, in theory, to have neutral heat on the liquid cooling.
Let the magic begin!
I love this gun. I really want it enchanted. I don't want to read-only farm this shit, though. Favorite class for Wonderlands and why? Berserker, because it just combines so well with any playstyle. You could combine Berserker with anything and it will make your build better. Now, I'm not using Berserker at the moment, because, you know, variety is the spice, as they say. But Berserker really cool. Pun intended. On my Claw Stabbo, dots doing work and using a Twin Sword with Echo and Warrior. Melee attacks down and enemies and trolls in 3 to 4 swings. That sounds fun. Yeah, especially all that swing speed from Stabbo. Sounds like a good time. Yeah, I'm using last rights on Lachance just because I can. It's not exactly a single target DPS weapon, but it's very fun in mobbing. Chaotic Marshmallow, that's a sentence.
I feel magical.
Hey, Whirls, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Imagine a triple charge Calamity. That'd be pretty silly. Calamity, especially Extinction Calamities with a Polymorph on Spell Shot, very visually satisfying. Huh, why am I still in the air? That was awkward. This is a warm-up run. Poor planning on my part. Ugh. What exactly is your combo? If similar build, similar weapons, not doing even a bit of that damage? I have gear. Like, the thing with these games is that it's rarely a magical skill combination that's doing the work. It'll be like one key skill, but it'll be leaning into the things that skill enables. So, like, Awe is making me crit a lot, but ultimately I'm just getting damage formula for the things I'm using. So, like, I've got enchants for elemental damage. I'm critting a lot with, like, everything I'm doing. I'm using good gun. Let's face tank this. I have Indomitable, so I can afford to be cheeky. As long as you don't go away right now. Yeah, okay. That was almost awkward. I need more pistol S to use. That was my last bullet. Give me body room. Give me. Give me. Thank you. See, it's that easy, chat. You just gotta ask for it. It's that easy. I don't know if Spellshot Greyborn armor can even roll with +1 to high threat count. Haven't seen a single one yet. I'm starting to lose faith. I don't believe it can. You can do exclamation point armor, the command that Viper did right there. That spreadsheet shows you which class combinations can roll with which skills. I don't believe Spellshot Greyborn is one of the high threat count ones, but I don't remember. You can check there. An amalgam is like... I was gonna say it's trying, but it's not even really trying. This is not a good one. Ugh. Skeep! Thanks a lot, you're very welcome. Playing this game all wrong, should ask Wonderlands for gear I want. Yeah, that's all you gotta do, just ask. You're like, hey, give me joint training. I've dropped a bug shield, it's level 42. How did that happen? Obvious question 1. Are you playing with people? Game, joint training, please. Playing with someone, that would be it. Wasn't level 42 gear confirmed? No, it was not. The level cap is 40. When you said drop a joint training, 1 drop for me, thanks, Quag. You're welcome, handsome Sultan. I got you. I got you. I take care of you guys. I'm just that good. A lot of game news pages has reported level 42 gear. In what way does that mean it's confirmed, Casmates? It doesn't. And you know, people have always done tomfoolery with gear in these kinds of games. Doesn't mean it's legitimate drops. Doesn't mean it's the developer's intention for those things to be out in the wild. Also, LOL game journalism. Obligatory. Had to say it. It's happening to a lot of people. I'm gonna need some more specific references than that. Yes, and game journalist outlets latching onto items that they have no idea whether or not they can actually occur naturally in the game, that is not an official confirmation. In terms of saying, hey, level 42 gear was confirmed, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Come on.
Example, in Borderlands 3, a lot of people ran around, it confirmed it's dropping. It's not confirmed, though. It is not confirmed that it's dropping. It's confirmed that people have these things that they're not supposed to have, but that is not a confirmed drop. There is a distinction. Blank slate with all resist. It's trying to be cool. This wyvern actually slaps. Like, I can stand back and let it kill. And it will. Ammo called dragons with nothing after it. Yeah, that's a weird result of how the naming conventions of the game work. So white and green rarity items are often named super weird because of that. How many times you played through the story, or mainly just endgame? I played through the story 4 times. but I mostly stream the end game. I do want to do another playthrough on stream at some point. It's just I can't pry myself away from the Chaos Chamber. Like, I was gonna start one today, and I couldn't. I was like, I could just do Chaos Chamber instead. So, here we are.
Hey, hey! There's my little beast of burning. Sky rock! The cold of the grave!
I'm obsessed with the chamber. Hey, Broadcast, how you doing? How you liking the game? I haven't surfaced to socialize with people, so I only see people when they pop up here. Like, oh hi, yeah, I live here now. The Chaos Chamber, yeah, this is my new mailing address. You can forward everything here. This might be a hot take. I do enjoy the story a lot, but I still sometimes think there's just a little bit too much dialogue, just my opinion. I've seen people express that a few times. Personally, I don't really get that vibe, honestly. Maybe that's just me being very forgiving after, you know, Talk to Lilith Lands 3. I don't know. But that's just how I feel about it. Hey, Wolfie, how you doing? Which playthrough are you eyeing with? I was thinking about maybe doing a Stabbo one. Maybe. But, like, the more I mess with Clawbringer, the more I'm like, outside of dots, what's the point of Stabbo? Dots and swing speed for melee weapons, like, what's the point otherwise? And I can't think of one. Oh. No, fuck you, Gloop. I'm not doing you this map. I don't feel like doing that again. Isn't From the Shadows good? Yeah, it is, but it takes your action skill slot. When you could just get guaranteed crit through not your action skill by playing Clawbringer, and then use a different action skill, is my logic there. Sounds reasonable? Yeah, awe is really strong. Like, if you're a Clawbringer and you use an armor with 3 points in awe, and you take 3 points in awe, you just have a flat 2/3 chance to crit on everything before any other bonuses, or I should say after any other bonuses, a flat 66 on top. But 2/3 of your shit, whether or not you have crit chance on your gear at all, will crit. And that's crazy. That's, like, without including various sources of crit chance, which you are going to have. All is intentional. It's set up as post-add crit chance. It is not bugged in the sense that it's not doing anything that mathematically doesn't make sense. It is just a different kind of attribute. The math all works out. It's not like the game's going, hey, 1 + 1 and coming up 4. The game's going, hey, add 33%. And the game's like, okay, I'm gonna add 33%. And that's it. Doubt that's intentional. There's no logical way that they could make that mistake. It's too direct to be a mistake, if that makes sense. I fully think all is intentional. I was talking about this last night, but I think that the Clawbringer designer or designers are just secretly just the biggest brain skill tree designers that, like, work at Gearbox. Because it's like, oh hey, so you want this skill to be 8% gun damage, but are you cool if it's just 8% damage that applies to guns? They're like, yeah, what's the difference, nerd? And then they're like, oh, okay, I got you, player base, I got you. Like, so, you want this skill to be 33% increased crit chance, correct? Like, yes, stop asking me these things. Like, okay, I'll make it 33% increased crit chance. But that doesn't always mean the same thing. What's with all the BL3 hate? I just recently picked it up on sale. It's pretty enjoyable. A lot of people like to hate on things that are not named Borderlands 2. The Ghost 81. Personally, I love BL3. I have over 6,000 hours in BL3. Most of my stream content before Wonderlands was BL3. I love the game. But there's this very weird, very vocal section of the Borderlands fan base that seems to think that anything that is not Borderlands 2 is just inferior. Like, it's really weird. Like, alternatively, you could just like multiple things, but that seems a bridge too far. Borderlands 2, 2. With all due respect, Wonderlands blows BL3 out of the water, though. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that's coming from someone who loves BL3. But not everything's a pissing match. Like, there can just be two good things coexisting at once. And that's how I look at it. You can just like multiple things. As, I think it might have been you who said this, Moiki, but it's not a zero-sum game. You just like both. Why can't all things be enjoyable? Good question.
I showed them how to do that.
Is the 8% multiplicative, not additive? So that's kind of not how damage things work, Black Panther. The terms additive and multiplicative do not mean anything without context. So being like, hey, this is an additive bonus. It's like, additive with what? With what? To answer the question, the 8% that reads gun damage there is not additive with everything that reads gun damage. But depending on which angle you're looking at it from, the answer changes. How does Spellblade actually work? Does it just convert melee damage to spell damage? No, it's a melee damage weapon. It's a melee weapon that also scales with spell damage bonuses. The damage source is still melee, so it's still a melee weapon for all purposes. It's just your spell damage also increases the damage. That's all.
I almost don't want to kill the rest of you. Tell everyone how impressive I am.
Try to say relative and absolute instead of multi and additive. While that is a more accurate way to catch things sometimes, it's also gonna be, it's gonna sound less and less like normal language to, average players. So something that those of us in the theory crafting community are paying very close attention to is the terminology we're using. A lot of the terms we used in Formula Talk in BL3 just confused the shit out of people. And a lot of those terms were put in place by people who did the initial theory crafting and then didn't stay to, interact with the community. So now that, like, the community going into Wonderlands is much more structured in terms of these things, we're more on the same page about making it accessible. So it's still work in progress, but we got a couple people working on a couple damage formula resources, and terminology will hopefully be a little less confusing this time, even though the damage formula is, like, more complex than last time. Thank you for the 100 bits, Balrog. I appreciate it. Isn't today patch day? Nothing's been announced to my knowledge.
She's on fire. There you go,
Quag Wicked 13 months.
Thank you for the 13 months, Snowspawn. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Ah, yeah, Mushroom Go Burr. Hey, homie Data, how are you? Given any clues about 7th class? Nope, we just know that it exists. We don't know what it is. Do yellow again? Nah. Just keeping my loot. Favorite part from the story? And or new character? Favorite part from the story? Yes, it is the Torg part. The Torg part. So class for today? I'm playing a Clawbringer Graveborn currently. Bye, Banshee. They're just vibes so hard to cause a global catastrophe. They really do be like that sometimes. Hey, Reparation, how you doing? Part where Torg is playing the music right before the ocean. I'm trying to dance around it in case anyone hasn't experienced that part of the story yet, but yeah, I suppose I'm doing endgame content, it's been out for a bit. Yeah, the ocean thing was my favorite part of the game. Favorite part of the entire game. Absolutely loved it. Melee crit chance, melee damage while standing still. That'd be awkward. Be a little... what are you farming for? I'm going for a joint training amulet. So one of these with Clawbringer power, fire damage, and damage passives here. I take frost damage too. Basically not poison. Does ability increase on spell shot increase the amount your stacks do? No. Ability damage is a damage type. Nothing on spell shot interacts with ability damage directly. Except for, I suppose, if you polymorph a target that can't be polymorphed, the damage dealt by that is ability damage. So that's the only thing on spell shot that interacts with ability damage. And he talks if they might bring back Echo Cast. Checking out streamers such as yourselves build when hopping on stream is really helpful and interesting. They've not announced anything, but that is something I would like to see come back as well. Fingers crossed for the future. Fingers very much crossed. Where's my cat? I don't have a cat behind me right now. Cat, why are you over there? Other cat, why are you over there? Yeah, Kevin, come over here. Well, this cat's energy. He's like, oh shit, my bad. I'm supposed to be here. Come here. Come on. There we go. Also, OBS is eating my frames again today. It's lovely. Was Echocast there on launch for BO3? It was. It was. Would you say all is working as intended? I would say that the specificity of like how it works, there's no way that's not intentional. Now that does not mean it's not subject to change, but I'm gonna make an educated guess based on the mechanics and say that it is intentional.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Got one question for you. Explosions? Explosions. Something you mentioned about class power in the menu yesterday I didn't quite follow. Class power in the menu shows when you hover over each one what it does for that class. If they change it to scale, it'd be a massive nerf. Yeah, and I don't think that would be warranted. Like, think about Oz placement in the tree. It's still a tier 5 skill. Tier 5 skills are just kind of that powerful. Like, think about the other tier 5 things. You have Blast Gasp, you have Blast Chill. Like, Wrath of Nature. I don't think Awe is in need of scaling back at all. I think it's just a good skill. And I would advise the community to be a little a little more moderate in how they view these things, because you'll have people saying, hey, Clawbringer is complete shit, it's hopeless. Like, it's not, though. You just need to figure it out. And then you'll have people saying, hey, Awe is so OP, it's gonna get nerfed. Like, no, it's not. It's just a good skill once people figured it out. It's one of those cases of, now that you know what it's doing, you can build around it. That's all. And the way you build around Awe, for example, is you make sure that you're applying the damage sources that will trigger Awe. And you prioritize crit damage, like, a lot. That's all you gotta do. I guess we take Magic Breach. T5 skill's better than Capstones in many trees, in many cases, yeah. What does Awe actually do different? It's post-add crit chance, meaning you do your normal crit formula, you come up with what's there on the stat sheet, and then Awe gets slapped on top of that number. So I have 3 points in Awe right now, that's 33%. So whatever you see in the stat sheet, add 33% to all of those crit values. So it's much greater consistency for crit chance. But depending on how you think about this, it's even more evidence that Awe is not in need of touching, because the crit damage bonus on it is nice. It's ultimately not what we take the skill for. But if you think about what crit chance actually does, it doesn't increase your ceiling. Crit chance does not increase your ceiling, because theoretically, you can hit all of the crits you're hitting with Awe without Awe. In theory. You'd have to be very lucky to do so, but in theory, you could do it, right? So, in terms of theoretical damage calcs, like, you know, damage ceilings, Awe doesn't change it by any more than other skills do. It has some crit damage, but there's more impactful damage skills than the amount of crit damage you get from Awe. Tier 5 skill for, what, 15% crit damage? That's okay. And nothing is working out of the ordinary with the crit damage. Just normal crit damage. Chaotic Sawmill, let's go. How many projectiles? I just thought, if Gearbox removes the cooldown for Storm Smite, Hammer Zerker with Barrel Surge, Storm Smite would be cracked. There's also just, like, Hammer Throw with Storm Smite would be... The more we dig into how Clawbringer works, the more I'm like, hey, maybe they were just afraid of Storm Smite's damage. Because I don't have much in the way of ability damage increases, and this thing already does, like, good damage. Like, how much ability damage do I have? I have none whatsoever on gear. At all. I have some ability crit damage over here. That's nice, I guess. But then my only actual ability damage is coming from my 2 points in it in myth rank. Yeah. So I have 2% ability damage, and Storm Smite's already killing things. Times 3, that's fine. Finish the true melee playthrough. There's only 2 moments you need to shoot or use a spell. Either first is shooting down the chance to ship, and Bernadette are both immune to Ghostblade. You can reach them. Now change your opinion on Ghostblade. Did some testing. Ghostblade takes every melee buff you get, even the double boost from haste when you use a spell. And since Stabmancer's fist or his blade, we can say Ghostblade is the ghost of your blade, therefore true melee. Nice. in your opinion, how does this compare to the other Borderlands? Well, I like to put this game in a category its own, aside from Borderlands, because there's some just core differences. But in terms of if I was to lump them together, it's my favorite at launch so far. So, like, launch to launch, this absolutely blows the other ones out of the water. Hey, Rob, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Launch to launch, this blows the other ones out of the water. Like, no contest. It's just better. We'll have to see how the game stacks up to post-launch support, because, remember, BL2 and 3 both got years of additional content. BL2 did a lot of paid content, whereas BL3 had a mix of paid and free content. So, we'll have to see what happens with post-launch with this game, but so far it's looking really good. Spell doing good damage on odd spell shots, interesting. Spell shot is not the only way to make spells work. Spell shot just has large amounts of the stat spell damage, but think of it the same way as if you played a lot of Amara in... That's a... What are the stats on that ring? If you played a lot of Amara in BL3, Amara had the most melee damage, but she was not the most powerful character at delivering melee in many situations, because other things go into the damage formula, and there's other skills to trigger. That's a volatile mood ring with spell damage. Well, that's quite good. Take it. Spell shot also has a correct amount of gun damage. Yeah, spell shot has a lot of gun damage, but we're talking about spells right now. Hey Kentrama, how you doing? Morning Silent, how are you today? Looks pretty good, I'll have to pick it up. If you decide to purchase it on Epic Games Store, which is the only storefront that has it on PC currently, you can do exclamation Wonderlands, and it'll spit out my affiliate link for you. Going through that link supports me, and also if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, which is the one with Season Pass, through that link, then you also get some extra cosmetics that you can only get through that link. Clawbringer doesn't feel like it's full identity. Clawbringer has an identity, it's just the middle of the tree is like, okay, I'm concerned. But then it gets really good at the bottom again. Because, this thing right here, this fixes Clawbringer problems. Like, it's got a bunch of pieces that aren't immediately apparent how they connect. But the more I mess with Clawbringer, the more I'm like, oh, I think the designer was actually just Galaxy Brain. Like, I like it.
I just saved you from a lifetime of embarrassing yourself. You're welcome. Let me at him! Let me at him!
Oh, and Dragon Aura are great. They are. Oath of Fire is also, like, really good for Tier 1. Think about it. 20% bonus element as a Tier 1 skill? That's value. That's like the kind of power you would find in Stabomancer Tier 5. Like, on the surface, Clawbringer's skill tree looks the most questionable, but with what we know about how things work after testing and gameplay, I think Stabomancer has the weakest skill tree in the game. I think it's Stabomancer. Now, I'm not saying it necessarily needs to be increased in power, but I'm saying if you had to compare them, it's looking like Stabo. I disagree, and that's the beauty of these things. You can always find a setup that maximizes things. And that's why comparing is kind of a crapshoot, because you can find a situation where the point of comparison doesn't hold up. about Oath of Thunder? Oath of Thunder is like, okay. I'm taking it largely because it's some sort of damage application that gets me down the tree. But Oath of Thunder is like, like the stuff in Clawbringer that's questionable. Radiance, Dedication, bad. Blasphemous Favor, kinda bad. But then it smooths out. It's just like these 3 skills that are kind of dragging the tree down. But the rest of it, like at worst you end up with Oath of Thunder and Friend of Flame are okay. But the rest is just good. I think people are just playing Sabo wrong. I think the class is meant to be played around status effects and people miss out on that. The thing about classes in this game is each of them is keyed to do multiple things. Oh hey, that's a symbol. Each of them does multiple things. Like Clawbringer has going for it, for example, Awe for extremely high consistency in crits. It's got Dragon Aura for a unique multiplier to elemental things. It's got the Wyvern Companion, which slaps really hard, does a lot of damage. My game crash. Oh, it seems my game crashed. Awkward. We'll boot back up. Spore rune's pretty straightforward. Yes and no. Yes and no. There's some funkiness going on. They snuck some cool stuff into all the trees. What skill tree straightforward? Spell shot. Spell shot is very straightforward. It's like, hey, use spells and use guns, and that is all. Awkward. Stop. Claw 2 good, game couldn't handle it. That's a rare thing for this game. Yeah, I've crashed maybe 4 times ever on this game. I have 9 days 7 hours now. It updated as I said that. 9 days 7 hours played on Epic Game Store thing for this game, so. Hey Convan, how you going? How you going? I can't speak. How's it going? How you doing? Either of those. Sorry to report, experienced my first vendor crash yesterday, farming a chance. At least it's not a consistent thing, like Mal 1 takedown. Doing outrageous damage with Stab Berserker builds. So the thing you're interpreting my words as, Fizzy Machine, is it seems like what you heard from what I said is Stabbo can't do good damage. And I never said that. Never once did I say that. What I said was, it seems if I had to rank the skill trees in terms of total power, which is an imprecise metric, I would probably put Stabomancer last. That does not mean it's not A, optimal in some scenarios, B, incredibly powerful in its own right. Like, look at, I'll bring it back to Borderlands 3 again. Borderlands 3, Amara was the weakest character by most metrics. A lot of people would dispute that, but, you know, theory crafting community has spoken. It's, we have the numbers to support this. But that does not mean she's a weak character. Like, it's like if you stacked up the entire Justice League next to each other. Yeah, I'm a comic nerd. None of them are exactly, weak, you know? It's just like, oh, someone's gotta be slower than the other ones. That's it. Like, Aquaman's not gonna beat the Flash and Superman in a foot race kind of deal, but he's still gonna beat you. I'd agree with that. I think there are a lot of skills in Stabo Tree that are really underwhelming. A lot of issues with Stabo, or issue is like a strong way of putting it, but a lot of things I've noticed with Stabo is the placement of a skill will affect the value. Like, for example, let's look at this skill, Mortal Vessel. This is a great example. Max health, dark magic efficiency. I have 2 points in here because I'm using it to get down the tree. But if you swap the placement of this with, say, Blast Gasp, then this suddenly looks like a terrible skill because of where it is, because of how much investment to get to it. So a lot of times, placement of the skill can affect perception of how it works.
think you can make it? Now the fun.
I don't know, Green Lantern movie's pretty rubbish. We don't talk about that. Elusive is like the most ass skill of the tree for a tier 4. The thing about Elusive is it's unique, but it's like a hard to quantify thing. Like, when Elusive is working, it's very hard for you to tell. Sometimes they're like, hey, that hit should have killed me, and it didn't. I guess that was Elusive. But it's like weird. It's inconsistent. So as a tier 4, you tend to want consistency for your skill points if you're gonna go that far down a tree. So it's like, alright, I see the point there. But I do think Elusive is good. If nothing else for the other part of the skill, the quality of life. So I think that is a good decision in mitigating that issue a little bit. But you'll have things like, what's the sneak attack? Sneak attack, 3% crit damage per point. And it's what, a tier 5 skill? Tier 4, tier 5? 3% crit damage per point. That is additive with strength. So, like, that's kind of questionably placed. If that was like a tier 1, you would take it to get down the tree. But it's not. Tier 4, yeah.
Someone up there must really like me. Or down
I don't like either of these.
Or out there, I'm not very...
Think builds that don't use either capstone will be a thing? Yes, there are lots of builds that can do that. I don't use either capstone and my hammers are gonna do fine. Yeah, you could take awe and get down to the area damage skill and Inzerker if you forego capstone. Sounds like that'd be powerful. Playing Chaos Chamber today and started duplicating my mushroom homie. What's causing this? So that happens when you go back into the Chaos Chamber after completing a run. Every time you do that, you get an additional Phantom Mushroom Companion. Now this is a harmless, seemingly visual bug unless you are also a Graveborn. If you're also a Graveborn, then every time this happens, you gain damage. So that's one of the reasons I don't really play that multi-class combo, because I don't want to save quit after every single Chaos Chamber run, and I do not like benefiting from exploits in my gameplay. So, something to keep an eye out for. Boss 4 is probably also one that doesn't need another capstone. Yeah. That was the first one I thought of, honestly. In terms of the exact amount you're getting, you get an extra stack of Faithful Thralls per Phantom Mushroom Companion you see. So if you got 5 of those bad boys up there, at 3 Faithful Thralls, you know, that's 45% damage, all damage. That's a lot.
You're quite the little killer, aren't you?
Is Buffmeister still broken? Did they fix it? I've been avoiding using it so borked. Buffmeister's still insanely overpowered, Fizzy. Not only is there the bug that's commonly associated with it if you're using Ambihextrous, but also the item is just ridiculously overpowered. I strongly dislike its current implementation. Skeepers like poggers with the skeep? True. I really like that combination. So when Indomitable triggers, that's when my ward fills back up and I'm at 1 HP. That gives me time to hit a spell for Sanguine Sacrament to heal before my health starts taking the damage again. And it works out great until, you know, these puddles happen.
I'm okay. It's a little thing called acting. Maybe you.
I think Buffmeister's fine, you're not exploding with a spell shot. You're incorrect. Sorry, it's not a matter of opinion. Nope. Too much puddle, not enough ground? Yep. Puddles are the main and melee builds. Extremely frustrating. I didn't want to take that modifier, but it was that or the one that makes enemies explode when they die. And I can at least attempt to avoid the puddles, is my logic there. If I Spore Ward in a second class, can I still roll Spore Ward enchants? Yeah, you can roll any character enchant on any character. They are all weighted against you. All the character-specific ones. So they're all just less common. But you can roll them on a character class you are not playing, which can be either good or bad. If you have a lot of Moon Orbs on your Spell Shot and you're going for Spore Warden enchants, and your Spell Shot is not multi-class into Spore Warden, you still have a chance. But, conversely, if you want a Spell Shot enchant, not a Spore Warden enchant, you have a chance of getting a Spore Warden enchant anyway. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's great for getting all the dice, running like a crazed order. I use one for running around in Brighthoof on one of my saves. That's basically just a mule. That's for non-combat purposes. And that's further proof that if the Buffmeister did just that, I would use it on a lot of builds. I'd use it on this build, probably. If it was just movement speed. Hell, even just, like, one of the word effects there. If you want to know exactly why Buffmeister is problematic, we have a command for it. Exclamation point Buffmeister shows all of the effects of the item with exact values. And if those numbers don't scare you, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Buffmeister on its own does more than skill trees for some setups. You could take an entire skill tree, or you take a Buffmeister, put them next to each other. There are situations where a Buffmeister wins. And that's a little much for an item. Running Blast Gasp? Yes, I'm getting it from my armor, Rohit. Getting it from my armor. OPS, give me my frames back. What are you doing? Oh, you did that attack instead. Rude. Bye, Nightmare. fire damage, like, Frenzied Wrath is good. Because companion damage for that Wyvern is gonna be, like, real good, but it just rolled gun handling, so I'm leaving that there. This build's a bit strong, just a bit. Hey, top 2, nice. With me kind of fucking around a lot and dying a bunch of times. Bulwark Ascended, let's go, Viper. Amp Warrior, take it. It's good skill in concept and execution is too overtuned. No, it is not good in concept, Silent. That's the thing that people aren't getting about this item. If you create an item that's sole purpose is to do everything, and you provide nothing that does even any of the things that it does in that item slot, then it's a problem. Because it serves to invalidate the item slot. Example. Name me another spell that gives movement speed. Name me another spell that boosts your spell damage stat. Name me another spell that increases your fire rate and reload speed. Name me another spell that increases your ability damage. There aren't any. None. And this one spell does all of those things while also giving you a global bonus element. It is the mechanics that are the problem. Oh no, Urban Mech.
Finally, that cooldown took ages.
Seems kind of underpowered to me. Yeah, IQ Hollywood. I think we should buff it. It's in the name. Buffmeister? Just buff it.
Skeep, 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 skeep. Quagsire, Quagsire, Quagsire.
I approve. I approve this message. Urban Mech, thank you for the prime and the 17 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And it should drop in times 2. Okay, okay. Just remove the cooldown too, right? Shit. As soon as I said that, I was like, well, Spell Shot can already do that 2 different ways. Alright. Is it worth getting all lucky dice, or is there a number to stop around? So, you do get a large bonus on top of the individual value of each of the dice for getting all of them, Calvazar. It is very worthwhile if you care about your drop rates to a big degree. Like, if you play this game for the loot specifically, I would really advise getting as many dice as possible, and remember, you do get a bonus for having all of them. You can see here, challenge buffs, 35% loot luck, that's from having everything. That's from having all the dice. So that's the bonus you get on top of the individual value of all that. So it is significant. Now personally, I have not bothered to do that on all of my characters. Because ultimately, I'm a gameplay guy. Like, I don't really care that much about loot. I'll go out and farm for an upgrade for a build, but I pretty much just play to play. So it matters less to me than it would to other people. Saw 1, 2 charges on Pace Extreme. Yeah, one of mine somewhere has 2 charges. That's the one I used to run around town. Because I can use one, I can pop it exiting the Chaos Chamber, and then I can run all the way to, like, the inn by the time it wears off. And then I pop the second one to get over to the smith. Min-maxing fucking Buffmeister activations to traverse Bright Hook. It's great. Oh, what enchants do I use for this? I have ASA elemental damage on my salmon. I have action skill start damage dealt on my liquid cooling. I have dark magic action skill active on my body rune, and I have fire action skill active on my spell. Now, I could stand to switch to spellcast elementals, especially with this this Ice Spike having a very short cooldown. But if I was to do that, I'd probably move these 2 points from Mortal Vessel into Essence Drain. Yeah, I'd have to space out my spellcasts a lot more than I am right now. What, max ASA? Yeah, a lot of it is because it happened that way. Like, this is a brick liquid cooling. I can't change the enchant on this anymore. It's stuck on this. So I kind of built from there. And I was like, alright, let's see what else I can get. I happened to get an action skill active on this fish. It was an element, but I changed it to this one, and I was like, good enough. I like having a fish with Echo for this build, so that's just what this one has. Trying to change it with Bricket. And at that point, I was like, alright, let me just lean into that with these 2 slots. Play-to-play speaks to me. Yeah, Scroll of Wisdom. Sometimes you'll have people who get really weird about it. Like, it's something I've seen a lot, and people are very aggressive about this. They'll say things like, what's the point of these raid bosses? I'm like, I don't know, maybe to fight a raid boss? And then somehow that's absolutely insane. It's like, how dare you suggest that the point of gameplay is to enjoy the gameplay? Like, whoa. Whoa. Fuck me, right? Hey, Daniel Whitehead. A question. Is it true Dark Hydra isn't working properly with Glass One's Take It Past 3? I've heard that. I've not tested, but I've heard it from reliable enough people that I'm electing to, until that's addressed, not take my Dark Hydra investment past 3. But I've heard the same. I've not tested personally. Sir, you can't make me exercise independent abstract thought. How dare you? Does action skill active count when you pull the hammer back? So currently, whether or not this is intended, based on the wording, it doesn't seem intended, but those action skill active enchants have a 1 minute duration from when you start the action skill. They do not stop when you end the action skill, it's just 1 minute from when you start. This also means that if your action skill goes for longer than 1 minute, it ends. So, I don't know. It's not functioning how the wording says. But, wait for Gearbox to say something about that, I suppose. And, I don't know how I feel about them changing it at this point. Because we're in a situation where so many people are forced to settle for enchants because of the bricking system. It's not like people can just switch enchants easily, you know? In BO3, people beg for raid bosses. In Wonderlands, they're begging for less content. No, in Wonderlands, they're pretending like the raid bosses aren't there. I'm like, what do you mean? You'll see people be like, hey, let's bring back raid bosses. Like, but we have 4. It's wild. I don't understand. If it's is it okay if I repost question? Yeah, absolutely, Mustard. If I miss a question, just like post it again with @me and it'll highlight it for me. We have 5. Yeah, I forgot Pigwort. Never make everyone happy. It's true, but you know, shout out to Gearbox for trying anyway. My only criticism, other than bugs, we need more variety and debuffs for Chaos Mode. Yeah, and some of the modifiers are a little... But yeah, for me, it's mostly just enchantment reroll system, UI stuff. and general bug fixes for the most part. How's Godfall after the update? Really fun. The new game mode, the Spirit Realm one, I'd like to see it rebalanced a little bit, being honest. But I'm looking forward to trying out the Exalted Tower. I haven't tried that yet. But the core combat changes are really, really fun. The shard system, fantastic. The new augments, fantastic. They added so much quality of life to that game as well. Like, there's loadouts per plate now. So you don't have to respec your skill tree every time you change builds. They did a bunch of UI updates. Like, Godfall hitting it out of the park. Would specking to 1,000 cuts give a smaller damage boost and doubling my Wrath of Nature percent debuff? Yes, it would, Mr. Mustard. Wrath of Nature is a fresh multiplier. There's nothing else that's additive with Wrath of Nature presently. Whereas 1,000 cuts is additive with other all damage boost, by my recollection. So, Wrath of Nature is just going to give you a lot more damage. Looks like Dark Hydra's indeed hard capped at 3. Okay. I'm surprised they capped Hydras, but not Thralls. Wouldn't it make more sense to cap Thralls?
I thought that was you old...
Also, not every action skill could take advantage of them if the enchant was changed. You couldn't instantly recall the hammer, for instance. I think it'd just feel weird locking a chunk of action skills out of the enchant. That's the point of having different prerequisites. The thing with that, Asa, is you can't make the different prerequisites argument when there's a finite number of times you can change the enchant on your gear. You only get 11 rerolls per item before it's dead to you forever. So, in a world where you build around certain enchants, right, if they were to change said enchants in a system where people would have to then go refarm their entire kit, that's going to cause more harm than good. So, honestly, like, I think addressing the behavior of action skill active enchants is going to be pretty secondary compared to enchantment system concerns. Found my first Buffmeister, now I can do all the Reddit builds. Pain. Suffering. Question for anyone about 2 legendaries. Time skips, just unique animation magic barrage? Pretty much. Boniface's soul, what is even the special effect of this thing? Try throwing the chuck at a thing and see what happens once you hit with the chuck. Would you say 6 out of 3 Wrath of Nature comms better for Swarward than matching second class of the armor? I would say that, Micro. I would say that for sure. That boosted playtime, though. Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes you'll see decisions that are seemingly made for, you know, boosting player retention, but we see how these things work out based on previous games. Certain things don't do that in the intended way. They might in theory, but in terms of active player base, often doesn't work out that way. But, like I've been saying, I'm content to wait for balancing patches and hotfixes. Remember the long journey that BL3 took. It had a lot of balance updates over a lot of time, and they addressed a lot of our concerns over the years. So, I'm optimistic, still, truly. If they fix the enchantment cost, then they can fix the enchantment itself. Right, if they make it so you have the ability to change the enchantment, then fine, I'm perfectly okay with them doing so. What Asa said, homie data. You regain ward in some fashion for chucking Boniface's soul. Boniface's soul, I suppose, I should say. Language is weird.
This never happens, honestly.
At some point, people just quit instead of refarming. I think there's a time frame to honor there. You can't validate people's work after a month. Yeah, and especially when there's already going to be enforced refarming later, like as they increase the chaos level cap, people are going to need higher than chaotic even versions of items. Like with how hard Chaos 20 is compared to Chaos 1, imagine they go from 20 to 40. And then you're at a point where, okay, if your gear's not all at least chaotic, you're probably missing out on too much damage to be able to do this. Or if your gear's not at least volatile, you're going to miss out on too much damage. So as that goes up, people are going to need to acquire more and more gear. And if the enchantment thing is there too, okay, congrats, you got one of 6 Chaos tier items you can actually use, but this one is bricked. You can never get a good enchant on it. So it's like, oh, fuck me, I guess. Volatile Quaking Eruption. If it was a Quaking Thunder, that'd be nice, but nope. Alright, we're looking for joint training. We're not even getting legendaries at this point. It's a Thurge. It's a Harbinger. My question is, my first Lance title, how does the new rarity tiers work? Even rarer than Volatile? Isn't it going to be really hard to obtain, or Volatile, for example, be much more common? It seems likely to me, Scroll of Wisdom, that they would modify the rates of each tier as they add new ones and as chaos levels go up. Here, once we're out of the chamber, I'll show you what I kind of mean in the menu. Here, let's head out real quick. So in this menu, the Chaos Mode menu, if you scroll down, you see Chaotic Gear Drop Chance, 28.17, Volatile, 1.41. If you go down to 19, Chaotic Chance is higher than on 20. So you have a higher chance of getting Chaotic Gear on 19 than you do on 20. But on 20, some of that chance goes over to Volatile. So you still have a higher total chance of getting some sort of Chaos tier item once you add the Chaotic and the Volatile rate together. But the chance of the lower tier goes down as the new tier goes in. So I imagine this will compound as you go up. So like Chaos 21, Chaotic chance goes down, Volatile chance goes up, is my theory. So then, you know, once they get to whatever next tier that introduces another, you know, version, let's say 35 introduces another one, then at that point, I figure Chaotic would either stop dropping or go down significantly, and then Volatile would start dropping from that point, start going down, whereas the next one starts going up, etc. Makes perfect sense? Yeah, that's my theory. Hope they add character name changing. That would be nice. Hope they add more colors. What, to item rarities? What purpose would that serve? Didn't play much BL3. Was there a Pearlescent or similar? No, and it didn't need it. It didn't need it. If you think about the history of the Pearlescent rarity, in Borderlands 1, cool. It was cool. It was fine there. Not problematic or anything. There were a lot of pearls that were just, like, good items. Sure. There were a lot of legendaries that were better, so it wasn't necessarily an upgraded system. Where's my bitrate going? Thanks, OPS. Very cool. It wasn't necessarily an upgrade. But if you look at Borderlands 2, the Pearl rarity was just kind of a train wreck. In terms of, like, acquisition, you didn't do anything different than legendaries. Contrast with the Seraph rarity, where it was entirely defined by being an endgame rarity that you had its own associated currency. It was just, Seraph rarity is way better implemented than Pearlescent rarity. But then if you look at the actual quality of Pearl items, most of them were awful. Some of them were situationally good on some builds, and there were a couple that were, you know, just good across the board. But for the most part, They were just downgrades to the legendary rarity. So Pearl served no actual purpose other than a pretty beam. But like, we have pretty beams for chaotic and volatile in this game. You know, chaos tier rarity items have their own beams in this game. So like, what's the problem?
There's loot for the taking.
Hard to see a difference between a volatile and a chaotic at a glance. I don't feel like that's a problem, Brian, because you want to look at either one. Like, either way, it's still better than a normal item. It's still more rare, it's still better. And I imagine with the thing we just talked about, as we go up these tiers, if they do what my theory was and they eventually phase out chaotic completely, like let's say you get to chaos 40, chaotic no longer drops at all. Well, you know that that beam for you is volatile or better. Had chaotics that still roll lower damage stats than a base legendary. Yeah, that would be item parts. That would be item parts rearing their head. Part variance as a whole went way up in Borderlands 3, and Wonderlands follows the Borderlands 3 school of part variance. So you can entirely have an item that you have a chaotic version of said item, and it is weaker than a non-chaotic you have. Because, ultimately, chaotic is just +2 character levels worth of stats. And that swing can be smaller than the swing provided from one item part.
Preferably with me walking away rich.
You think loot filters have a place in this game? I think so. It'd be nice. That would be very, very welcome. Yvette just saying that for the guy I mentioned it. Right, fair, fair. A lot of people don't know that. Why are the skeletons in this game so great to listen to? The voice lines, the performance of the skeleton voice acting, just love the skeletons. They're great. I love the personality of like everything in this game. Mag size can double roll? It can. Pick up his trash ever gonna be a thing? Hopefully. Hopefully, Tom. That would be really nice. You realize you can pick up multiple orbs at once? Yeah, you can hold 3. Now, picking them up is still a little bit awkward because of the drop priority. They kind of just sit underneath items. That can be a little annoying, but yeah. You can. You make my blood boil, figuratively, of course. They're great, dude. Wish I could change my character's voice. You can. You can. There's 8 different voice options, and you can also control the pitch of the voice. You can also turn off callouts entirely through a menu option if you'd like to. So, I suppose that's 9 voices. You can have any of 8 and silence. And once again, you can control the pitch of each of those 8 voices, so you can customize the taste. Is corrupted plate mail as straightforward as I think it is, or how does it work? So, it takes 30% of your damage, cuts it off, makes it a dark magic bonus element, and also gives you 30% dark magic efficiency on the side. So yeah, it's very straightforward. Hey Don, how you doing? Hotfix or not fix day? I've not heard anything announced. Callouts like me screaming agony from status procs. I don't know if that's affected by it, Scroll of Wisdom, but I know the chatter lines are affected by the callout thing. It'd be cool if the dot screaming was also included though. That'd be nice. More curses? Sure. Love the ability to create your own character, but for this game only. I hope that in the future we'll have more unique playable characters like the other game removes a bit of personality from me. But I've seen people say that, but I don't quite understand. So like, instead of, let's say the game shipped with 4 playable characters. That's 4 personalities. Well, we have 4 different personalities and 2 different voice deliveries of each of those 4 personalities. That is more personality. I don't understand. Like, that's at worst, that's the same. I don't get it. At absolute worst, that is mathematically the same. Hotfix notes are up. Ooh, can you link? Linkity link link link.
Ah, crap. More bad guys means more work.
Does he know he's muted? Am I muted? Or are you... do you have the stream muted? We can hear you? What is it with this, this weird thing on Twitch for people to come into the stream and assume the streamer's stupid? It's so frustrating. Seems like this build's pretty nice. Class combo is one of my favorite names. Hey, it's definitely very enjoyable to play. Thank you, CZ. Okay, pulling it up now. Ooh, okay. Version 1.010E. Live on all platforms by 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, so that is by 12:30 Eastern. This doesn't mean at, this means at some point by then. We got an event. Weekly rotations, weekly event. This in-game limited time mini event will be active from April 8th to April 14th. Optional opportunities. Loot enemies are showing up more often in Tangle Drift and Mount Craw. That's nice. Featured run has been updated for Chaos Chamber. Leaderboard's been reset. That's cool. So we've got confirmation. The featured runs reset every Thursday at 9 a.m. Beautiful. This run has Parasite and Pigwort. Wonderful. Ooh, balancing. So they buff Black Powder shotguns and Fury shotguns, which, okay. I mean, I don't know about the Fury shotgun thing, but okay. Hyperion shotguns needed it for sure. Skulldugger assault rifles, Dahlia assault rifles, getting balanced in that way makes sense. Bright Hoof Stairs no longer eat items, that's good. Marshmallow now has fire before it spawns, so it looks cool, love it. Barrage apparently wasn't getting damage from rings. Huh, I didn't know that. Now works properly with Clawbringer's Firebolt and Spell Shots 1 slot, 1 kill. Didn't know it wasn't getting those. Kaokon mag size now accurate. That's something. Ice Spike has been adjusted to deal damage to individual targets once per cast. Individual targets once per cast. Which Ice Spike spell? That's going to require some testing. Is it possible to speedrun? Yes, people speedrun this game all the time. The speedrun is already under 2 hours. Added collision to some areas in Tangle Drift. I've heard problems with that. That's cool. Quest billboard moved to a new location to reduce confusion during walk the stalk. That's nice quality of life. Okay. So some good stuff here. Some good stuff here. Good quality of life things. I think the most impactful thing is going to be the stuff up here. There's been a lot of feedback about certain weapon archetypes not really being desirable at any point. Namely, Hyperion shotguns did feel kind of sad. Although this is a last rites buff. That's cool.
OWOHO Craggy. Lazy Chan wouldn't accept my stick.
I muted it. Cool. Thank you for 20 months, Rabbit. Barrage was only getting bullet and not gun. Ah, cool. Speed of speedruns, have you seen how fucking fast the Elden Ring speedrun is, Quag? Yeah, I missed yesterday's optimizations to it, but I did see when mega zipping was being first routed, Ember. Is it successfully sub 15 yet? Because I believe Dist was grinding for sub 15 last time I checked in. New hotfixes? Yeah, yeah. As of 8 hours ago, it's 14:08. Let's go. Let's go. That's sick. You to buff magic barrel and shotguns. They just at the moment seem bad. Yeah, we got time for that. We got time. It's a work in progress. So this will work as a buff to last rites, which I really like. That's cool. What else gets affected by these? So black powder means that Rain of Arrows gets a buff. So yeah, Hyperion shotgun buff found at times 18. Yeah, they did get that high in BL3 Stone. 18 was the highest they could get. Is Stoker flat off tier? Can we campaign for buffs to it? I haven't used much Stoker, so similar to Vladoff, I suppose. What is a Furior shotgun? A shotgun manufactured by Furior. So Furior is the equivalent of Tediore, if you're familiar with Tediore from Borderlands games. Okay. Cool stuff here. Remember what it's called? The Hyperius one is really fast fire rate. The Circuitous Gyre. That one. I'm using the Last Rites right now on this build, so Last Rites getting buffed is very nice for me. I will take more damage. Chaotic Quaking Thunder with a spell charge. Let's fucking go, chat. That's what you love to see. That's sick. That's a great drop. Remember, it's red? That'd be the Red Hellion then, yeah. Red Hellion. Had good times with Stoker crossbow pistols ARs. Only have to cast 2 so far. Yeah, I'll have to give them the time of day. Is the Sawmill Stoker? So the Sawmill is great. There's at least one Stoker gun that's good. Sawmill does really good DPS. So there's that. Ow. Oh. Well, Anarchy got me there. I couldn't aim. What even downed me? Was that water or a barrel? Queen's Cry is also good. Queen's Cry is good. I really like the taser on Queen's Cry. Ice Spike spell took a little nerf, but to be fair, it should only hit one target, not multiple. So I'm just not gonna pass judgment on the Ice Spike change, because I have no idea what specifically is being addressed. There are several versions of Ice Spike, there are several delivery methods. We still have no idea what that change actually means. Bringing it back to BL3 again, remember when everyone panicked when they were addressing Remnant? And they were like, it's nerfed! It's a nerf! It was a buff. Like, over 4 times buff. So, I'm gonna reserve judgment. The Starbees, hope you're well this morning. Doing well, Soccer Chick. Doing well. Popular one's the one you're using. Spontaneous Stalagmite. The Ice Spike from the ground delivery method. This is the most popular one, but I have seen other delivery methods of Ice Spike used. So it could really be any of them. Though the Impaling one could hit more than one enemy at once, maybe they're making it one target only. So the way they worded it made it sound like some version of this is hitting a single target more than once. So it might be this one causing more than one instance of damage, which is hard to tell because if they're happening at the same time and they're the same element, they combine into one number. See the new hotfix? I did. We updated the command. Get a new hotfix? Yes. Exclamation point hotfix. Ice Spike reminds me of Whispering Ice, which makes me happy. Yeah, Whispering Ice is goated. So, I've not paid close attention, but apparently there's people who are farming Zomboss ads for crystals. That's a thing people are doing.
Let the magic begin!
Not ads, just the boss? No, okay. Why? Oh, they just respawn? No. That's kind of lame. That's not nearly as efficient as people think it is. Interesting. You could just, like, do another run. I'm sure it's good, but, like, sounds like people are overblowing it a little bit. Chaotic Banshee. Fire. I'll take that. That's useful. Ice Spike spell has been adjusted to deal damage to individual targets once per cast. Sounds to me like one or more delivery methods of dealing multiple hits unintentionally. Yeah, that's the takeaway here. But we don't know which delivery method. Could be this impaling one. Could be why it's so good. It could be the storm one. Joint training, but it's spell shot. And, like, nothing else we want. Awkward. Banshee can drop from buddies too? Yes. Yes it can. Chaotic Bradluck. What's my loot luck amulet right now? Worse than that. No, I have a Chaotic Bradluck though. Never mind. Grr. I'll be right back, chat. I gotta go to the little streamer's room. Coffee just suddenly hit me like a truck. Okay, me back. Ugh, curse of a tiny bladder. Streamer stream in his stream? I don't think I could get away with that, gotta be honest. Rewind time. Warp. We did get that Banshee, though. Now, that'll be nice for the melee build. Fire Element was not one we had covered with Vampire Hilt, I believe. So, one to check off the list. Lightning Bolt Hydra, ×4. That could be good. 1.6 reload. No. Not chaotic. I can live with leaving that there. Blorica Bones Drays overheld first. Sick. Chaotic high tolerance. Now let's test the thing. Other kind of clarification question. Ricochets from the Spore 1 capstone are different than black powder and other ricochets, right? Yes. Yes. And those ricochets scale with ability damage and should double dip global damage bonuses, meaning they can hit way harder than black powder ricochets ever could. So you can. So this is a quest reward, chat, that I just pulled from a vendor, and I'm able to re-roll it. So you can sometimes do that. We referenced this earlier in the stream. But there it is. Sometimes quest rewards are enchantable. Sometimes. This discussion we talk about the hotfix? Yeah, we did Pico. There's some weapon balancing across manufacturers, which is a good thing.
Think you can make it?
Yeah, almost all buffs. They did tone down Dahlia assault rifles, which makes sense because in playthroughs they were like real dumb. But black powder shotguns, Hyperion shotguns, Furia shotguns all got love. Skulldugger assault rifles got love as well. So all good things, all good things. Just wish I could enchant my Chaotic Heck Waiter. So you might be able to, Mustard, you just might need to get another one. It's weird. It does not seem to be a consistent thing, which ones you can enchant and which ones you can't. That was a satisfying room. That was buttery smooth.
I wonder where the best place to bury my loot is. Like a squirrel with that.
Or if this is like the ball card dreams being second time onwards only. Could be. That'd be cursed. Could be. Anarchy again. Ugh. I want to actually, like, hit. So instead of farming gear to a new respec class, I looked at all my gear and made a class that has everything buffing frost, dark magic, and spell damage. I finally feel like I'm getting the hang of building classes without YouTube. Hey, good for you. It's a great feeling when you can finally put together something and it works. Like, capitalizing on a theory you have about a build concept, it's just such an addictive thing. And once you do it once, it's all you're going to want to do with your build crafting. So congrats to you, Sock. That's awesome. Elite Evil Eye Craft. I guess I've chosen death. Fuck, man, those things are no joke. Yeah, Chaotic Envy. We'll take it. News of the loot dice situation, because that'll require a patch anyways, hopefully in DLC 1 this can be addressed. I don't really see a need for anything about loot dice to change, honestly. I think it's fine, and I'm saying that as someone who does not go out of his way to get all loot dice. This character happens to have all loot dice, but like, I don't really care. Like, plenty of the other builds I play on stream have low counts of dice, and I still don't really care. Hazel, thank you so much for giving us up to Black Panther. I appreciate it. Thank you. What's in your opinion best sniper? The Carouser. I really like the Carouser. That or the Sawmill. Carouser is the fire black powder sniper, and Sawmill is a Stoker sniper. Can roll in several different projectile counts and elements. One of those. Someone who plays the game regularly in a squad, I would like to see glitchy UI bugs ironed out. Seems you're not the host, UI has a number of issues. Yeah, UI is just the weak point of this game, Ace Trainer Johnny. Like, I get the desire to do something stylistic, and it looks pretty in screenshots when it works, but it fails too often for my liking.
Who's up for some fun? Oh, you really thought you were going to win, didn't you? The cold of the grave! Sure, I'm plenty, but...
I also noticed my sell all junk quick prompt vending machine stops working if I'm not player 1. Really? Ooh. That's disheartening. Not gonna do new playthroughs and look for all the dice again at least. That'll work for you, it's not working for me. Well, you don't have to look for the dice, is the thing, Envoy. You could just not, is the thing. You can pick up the dice along your path as you go through, and that's it. I'd only really recommend going all out on one character, just so you have a character with max potential rates if you're gonna go farm a dedicated source for an item for an endgame build. I'd say do it once, and then on other characters, if you feel like doing more, sure. Otherwise, you don't really have to. So, like, what does it matter?
Next time, learn to pick an easy...
Morning Control, how you doing? Fucking loving this game? Yo, me too. Me too. Found a hidden Wonderland symbol in Chaos Chamber, don't know what that means. So there's hidden Wonderlands and Dragon Lord symbols throughout the chambers and encounter maps. You can just find them, it's collectible. Hunting for dice is way easier in my second playthrough, remember a lot of locations. Yeah, dog funny. It does get easier over time. And that's coming from me, someone who has a notoriously bad sense of direction. Like, in actual outside of game life stuff, often when I go out places, I do just GPS. I have a notoriously terrible sense of direction. Unless it's somewhere where, you know, obviously hometown, I'm fine. But other places, nah, I map everywhere. I cannot find shit. And yet still finding dice isn't that bad for me. Now, of course, I don't have even a majority of them memorized, but I get enough that I don't feel like I'm missing out. Now, that is just me. It could feel different to other people. But for me personally, even as someone who does not go out of his way for dice on most characters, I'm chilling. I'm fine. I don't really care.
Shocking, isn't it?
In-game direction with the Quag? Yeah, Priz can attest to this. I get lost everywhere. Oh, Viber can attest to this. I was getting lost in Godfall yesterday. I cannot navigate to anything, ever. Yet finding dice isn't that bad. Most of them aren't even out of your path. Now, there's some associated with certain quests, and those are the ones that I tend to skip. But, for the most part, it's just like, it's on your way anyway. Guess I take Nasty Spill. Got a Greyborn question, if you don't mind. Do you say some of the enchantments work strangely with Greyborn's action skills? Don't have any context when you mentioned it before, but now I'm wondering how optimized my stuff is. So, Reaper of Bones does not have a conventional duration. You can tell that it works this way because of Berserkers and Rage. It does decay during Reaper of Bones, because it's not considered as active. Now, this doesn't matter for the action skill active enchants, because those work differently than they say anyway. But Reaper of Bones does not have a duration. It starts and ends, like, immediately. Despite visually being a duration-based skill. It's just kind of a weird quirk. I haven't gotten Drill in a while. Blue Hat Man side quest and also goal triggered my DM PTSD of player hyperfixation on NPC that actually wasn't important. Yeah, they really tapped into the tabletop mindset for a lot of the stuff in this game. It's wonderful. Ooh. Didn't even get to move on that phase Drill. Get fucked. Trying to get the melee weapon from Drill. What's it? Storm Surge? Like, it seems cool, but the base damage on it is actively horrible. Like, the damage on, at least the card damage, is really bad. So, I'm less than interested. If I happen to get a volatile one, sure, I'll try it out. But, like, otherwise, Was that a no damage drill? That's pretty cool. And we're in the formula Curse Wit is. It's global. I think it's a fresh mold. Drill's such cool visual design. Yeah. I don't have a command for that, Daniel Fan. I should probably just put the skill tree for this to a command, honestly. But I can go over the build for you in a moment here. The damage on this is trying. Take that in case it's good. I love how the prefix for this enchant is vibing. That just makes me happy. I know you can't roll enchants on uniques, but are uniques able to spawn from quests and vendors with enchants? Yeah, so we were talking about that a bit earlier, Cub. So we pulled this from a vendor, this high tolerance, just a few minutes ago. We pulled this, and it did not have an enchant. And we went and tested, and I was able to roll an enchant onto this. It let me enchant this. So, I guess the answer is a nice scientific sometimes. I don't know what determines whether you can or can't. What element was that eruption? I think it was dark magic. Oh, what spell am I using? I'm using an Impaling Ice Spike. Chaotic Dazzler. Try the Splintering Ice Spikes? Yeah, they're cool. I like this one for this build because it's good damage with like very little commitment to animations or aiming or anything. It's just aim quickly and you're good. Hey Nekuzero. You know a good way to farm gold? Honestly, just Chaos Chamber with as little stuff in your inventory as possible. So, like, don't do what I'm doing. And then pick up everything and sell it. It's just selling items. That's going to be the fastest way. Chaos Chamber run, sell the items. I'd like a vending machine here. Yeah, me too, Major Tool. It'd be really comfy. It's quite snappy. True. I see what you did there. Amazing. I'm hoping to get an Enchanted Last Rites and Headcanon unique. They're awesome guns, better than a lot of Legos. Yeah, I really like the Last Rites as well. I happen to have this volatile one, but this one can't be enchanted. So I need to get a volatile one somehow that can be enchanted. Want to figure it out. Frenzied Wrath. Gun handling again. Thanks very much for answering that for me. I had a huge reply to Side Vesperia. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Control. You mod them to enchant them? I'm sure it's possible, but I have not done anything like that yet for this game, so... and I have no real desire to open that particular door for myself yet. So, shrug. Also, if you don't need loot, buying tons of rocket launchers from loot bunnies, just tap it and sell fuck tons of green ones. Yeah, that is a good shout, Hobie Data. Launchers have very high values. Hey, Ludite, these guns are good. Always non-elemental, though. Sad. Quest is that gun from? It's from, the one where you're laying the ghosts to rest. In, like, the pirate area. I don't remember the name. Someone told me yesterday. I think Felicia put it in chat yesterday and I already forgot. But yeah, it's that one. Okay, that's a little bit better. You can tap the loot bunnies? Yeah, you don't need to put the full 500 crystals in, Neko Zero. Putting the full 500 stops you from getting greens. And seems to improve your legendary odds, but you can put less. Hey Glenny, how you doing? Is the thing there yet? Did you get it? Or is that like an after work thing? Or did you order it? Is it red text items you can't enchant? Doesn't seem to be consistent, because we got this enchanted. And that's a red text item. It's a red text blue. And I know some melee weapons I've gotten enchants on, the blue ones. $20,000 years under the sea. That sounds right. Thanks, Jester. Get it after work, ordered it. Let's go. Hope shotguns are balanced after this hotfix. They didn't need much. Honestly, the black powder ones were pretty much fine. The unique Hyperius ones were fine. And the non-unique Fury ones on the Chucks, at least, were really good. So, I don't know. So, like, see, this shows up in my enchant list. But the last rights I have equipped does not. So it's a sometimesy thing. And yeah, my liquid cooling is one off being completely bricked. I left it at 1. There hotfix today? There was. You can exclamation point hotfix and see the changes. I don't know if it's live yet. I haven't restarted my... or gone back to main menu. Yes, Slam and Salmon on my myth rank menu. Functional UI.
To an opportunist, every map is a treasure map.
Alright, let's see. I really want that joint training, because the joint training amulet in a setup like this is just free crit damage and crit chance for companion. Because with Awe, I'm critting a lot, which means the crit damage is going to have high value. I'm critting a lot, which makes my companions crit more. And because the Wyvern is really good at applying damage over an area and hits a lot of times, it'll crit very often, which means I'll have full uptime on joint training. So you can just read this amulet as, like, remove the conditions on these. My companion just has 80% more crit chance, and I have 30% more crit damage. You can just remove the conditions if you're playing Clawbringer Spec into Awe. It's fantastic. So it's just an extra 2 damage stats. I just want one with better stuff here, because the reload speed is doing nothing for my current build. The fire rate's nice, but ultimately not, like, a huge deal. I'd like all damage to help boost my hammer throw. That would be ideal. Once you get legendaries and vendors, start the game offline. Is that a bug? So there's a hotfix to prevent that from occurring. If you load up the game without an active connection, you do not have hotfixes. So the mini patches that they do on a weekly basis, those will not be applied in your game. So stuff like the hotfix from today, the one from last week, that buffed dark magic element on guns, specifically on guns. And several quality of life things and bug fixes will not be applied to you if you do not have an active connection when you start the game. Featured run as Parasite and Pigwort? Yeah. Elite Pigwort, the Invincible. What is the floor crit multi in the game, and what is the potential max? That's not something that's easily quantifiable right now. The base that you get for any crit before any formula, though, that part is known. That's a 1.5 times damage. So critting with no crit damage bonuses anywhere is 1.5 times damage. Mention off your build? Sure. I can do that. Storm Dragon's Judgment, Hammer Throw, recalling it immediately. Clawbringer Capstone for Storm Smite. Awe, this is like the damage skill of Clawbringer. Very important. We got Max Oath of Fire, we got Max Dragon Aura, we got Max Oath of Thunder, 3 in Rebuke, 1 in Blasphemet's Favor, Firebolt, and Storm Breath. Storm Breath is like the best companion damage thing in the game. Super good. Indomitable for comfiness. We go Max Faithful Thralls for damage, 2 Mortal Vessel to get down the tree, Max Sanguine Sacrament for healing, Max Dark Pact for damage, Max Dark Hydra for stacks of Faithful Thralls, 2 in Ascension for spell damage, because we are using our spell to kill things. Hero points wise, we max Strength, max Dex. Honestly, I could pull some points out of Dex here, realistically. Max Spell Cooldown. I think I might switch it around to max Spell Cooldown and then rest in Dex instead, because Awe is really good. And then skills, and gear-wise, rather, I'm using a Liquid Cooling primarily. I'm occasionally using this Last Rites. Fish with Echo Hilt, because that's nice to deliver damage to a single target after I've been AoEing. We got a Joint Training to take advantage of the fact that Awe makes us crit all the time. Body Rune for healing and damage. We've got gun damage rings, Corrupted Plate Mail. It happened to roll the skills I want, but the Corrupted Plate Mail effect also converts some of my damage to Dark Magic, which means I can then boost that Dark Magic from my Graveborn skill tree. I'm using a Impaling Ice Spike for pretty good, very fast single target damage. Grave Spore dude in my game's literally one-shotting elite mobs. Grave Spore has a damage exploit. Also, Graveborn has some very high potential damage to begin with. So. You know exactly how Echo works, so can anyone link me towards the formula? It works exactly how it says. It takes 10% of the damage you did in the last 10 seconds and delivers it as a hit. That's it. Hey, Neku, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Neku Zero. Super generous of you. If you got gifted a sub, toss some gratitude their way. Thank you so much. That include damage over time? Yes, anything that is not melee in that window will feed into your Echo. You're welcome, you're cool dudes, keep it up. I'll do my best, thank you. Hey Mahoney, how you doing? You just modding? Maybe. That's why public games are always a crapshoot in these kinds of things. I would not ever consider something I found in a public lobby as representative of legitimate gameplay, ever, in these games. Sounds like Groundbreaker but less dumb. It's literally the same thing, Jay Triani. It is not less dumb in any way. It is literally just Groundbreaker. Same thing. Exactly. Even the same value. Good passes on them. Take it. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Neku Zero. And Thomas, thank you for the 5 gifted sub as well. You guys are crazy generous. Thank you so much.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
One last question. Damage over time effects from melee heads don't count? They should count. Because they themselves are not melee. So they'll count. Less dumb because we don't hit for hundreds of millions in this game. That is not Echo being less dumb than Groundbreaker, though. And additionally, enemies don't have billions of health in this game, so we don't need to hit for hundreds of millions, because hitting for 4 million one-shots the boss. So, like, it's not less dumb. It's just the same thing. Exactly how I hoped it worked. Hey, I'm glad to confirm that for you. Also, yeah, what Thomas said. For now. We don't hit for hundreds of millions. For now. It'll happen. It'll happen. Rain of Arrows about to be dummy thick. Yeah, do we have the percentage increase for each of those weapon types yet? Is the hotfix out yet, I should ask? Because I'm curious to see how much Black Powder and Hyperius were changed. Because if that Hyperius buff is juicy enough, Last Right's about to go off. And a Black Powder buff affects not only the Rain of Arrows, but also those elusive times 25 kettle drums. And those are already good. Hotfix lands at? No, it's by Pico. This is something that caused a lot of panic in BL3 as well. The time they list there is the latest time at which it will have possibly been rolled out. Generally, these hotfixes go out at about noon. Eastern, so in about 20 minutes. Sometimes they're earlier, sometimes they're later. But they always say bye. If it's not out yet, you should screenshot before. Yeah, of course. It's always an option. Imp gonna be Pog, can't wait to see that buff, it's already really good. Yeah, Dag kind of the Imp is something I've heard a lot of good things about. I've not used it extensively at endgame, but I've heard a lot of things about the Imp. So.
To me, you're just loot waiting to be dropped.
Sorry about that. Nothing to be sorry about, Pico. You didn't do anything wrong. You're fine. Nightmare is so free. Like, this boss is just free. I really think the reason people have trouble with Nightmare is just, like, it moves. That's the only thing. It just moves. All damage dealt and fire rate on that's really good, but poison, Graveborn power, I can't get a lot out of that.
Thanks for coming. Oh, I'm not keeping you from something, am I? Of course not. I'm all you've got.
Blew the entire map explosions. Yep, you're in a public game. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. New cosmetic, though. That is good. Silicone ring? It's trying. Chaotic Encapsulator. Non-elemental. Always non-elemental. I have such bad luck with getting my Torg Stickies elemental. You joined my game, you had your game public. So it's a public game. I'm looking for a new non-break times 25. Pain. Ooh, joint training, frost damage, Stabo power. Still taking it. I'm still taking it. But, like, the game gets what we want. It's just not, it's not giving up the goods. Any idea how close Lululemon is to publishing items? No. No idea. I do not have a frame of reference for that. There's a quiet run around your game. Modder scared me, made my PC crash. Yeah, so I've seen reports of people having their profile saves also altered by people in public games. I just, as a rule of thumb, don't ever use matchmaking for this game. Or any Borderlands game, don't do it. There's always going to be someone who's going to try to do something. And this goes back all the way to the first Borderlands game. It's been the case for 13 years. I just do not advise matchmaking in these kinds of games. You always have looking for group channels in the official Discord server. You have looking for group channels in content creator Discords, such as my own, such as Moxie's. I'm sure other ones have them as well. Like, I really just do not recommend using matchmaking unless you're on PC, in which case you have some workarounds for correcting some of the potential damage that could be caused. Hey Xylef, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's really generous of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. If you got gifted by any of the fine people over the last few minutes, and you don't mind breaking a lurk, I'm sure they'd appreciate some gratitude. But lurkers are fine too. Just thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Put a raid boss in the features run. Yeah, Pigwort. Pigwort the Invincible. It'd be awesome if we could have percent physical rolls on Enchants and Ambulance, so Elemental isn't strictly better always. Well, Elemental's already not strictly better always. Because the thing is, non-elemental weapons have higher base damage values, and they don't have penalties. So you'll never get your elemental damage bonuses on them, and they don't do status effects, but they are also never resisted by anything. And I think that's an appropriate trade-off, honestly.
Enter if you dare.
She's on fire. Eagle quack.
Apologies for the significant stream delay right now. It's getting worse because I think someone else is on the network right now.
Girl and she's on fire.
So, unfortunate. That was a 15k hammer throw. That was pretty good, honestly. Like, more melee crit would make my hammer throw directly one-shot things more. Oh. Water. Cool. I put a toe in that water, chat. A toe. A pinky toe. Oh, this thing's dead as fuck. Oh, well. Hooray, Deathwater. See that? I haven't looked into builds much yet so far, it just seemed that way. Should make those fireballs auto pick up? Yeah, I would really love that. Last right's getting a buff. Yeah, Rohith, I'm excited for that. I'm very excited for that. Let's do a raid boss in this run. How you doing? Doing well, Neverfind. How are you today? It's not a fun mechanic, it's like fall damage. Yeah, fall damage was in the first Borderlands game, and never again. I think the status water should go the way of that. Because, like, if water is more dangerous than your raid bosses, and it's water. Water is more dangerous than the purple liquid designed to kill you in this game. Water. Doesn't seem right. Like, there's the entire mechanic of that purple goop that bypasses your ward, goes straight to your health, and that kills you slower than water. Water's been like this a long time, I don't really see them changing it. They're like trolling us with it. It's only been 2 games though. It's BL3 in this game. I don't like it. Back from gym, got my new PC. Let's go, Onyx. Let's go. A lot of Chaos Chamber rooms are full of water too. Yeah, and particularly when you have an end point where the die that you smash to go to the portal, when those are in water, often at the end of a room, you'll just like ground slam to hit them both at once, and you'll slam the water, a bonus element will apply, and you'll die yourself and die immediately. And it's like, oh, okay, trying to use a door just killed me because I got a little wet. It's like, It's a little fucky wucky, a little oopsie whoopsie.
That one's mine! Don't touch the loot!
Water's also weird, since if you slide in it, it can freeze and will kill you. Yeah. I feel with the dot damage in Wonderlands, could you be more specific? Like, player-delivered dot damage? A fun source of damage. Dot damage on yourself from water, as we're discussing? Awful. Hate it. Terrible. The answer varies. From enemies, like the blimps. If you get hit by the blimps, it's your fault. That I'm fine with. Build using right now? I'll go over the spec after the run, never mind. But this is my Clawbringer gun build that I'm really enjoying. It's also capable of doing good damage with spells, with the hammer throw and the Clawbringer capstone. You can weave in melee for that echo delivery. Very satisfying.
I showed them how to do that.
There's no non-elemental spells. I'm trying to think of one. I can't think of any. Can't think of any. There might be, but off the top of my head, I don't know of one. Wish I had a portable PC so I could play Chambers at work. Yeah. Yeah, this particular seed would be more tolerable if the goblins were being aggressive, because like I'm having to hunt down the Cyclops and the goblins are just hiding the whole time. So this is the kind of situation where the first thought might be, hey, increase mob density. Honestly, enemy AI would sort a lot of these. Not all of them, but a lot of them. There should be a Torg spell, it's just one of his missiles. Torg makes a melee weapon in this game, so yeah, it would make sense for Torg to be the one who's like, hey, I'm gonna just do that too. Try this build with Wailing Banshee instead of Fish Slap. I'm not really swinging the melee weapon for damage too much, Kevin's website. But I could try it. Hey Rohit, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Great having you around. I appreciate the support, and I hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad previewing, all the good stuff. Thank you so much. The alert will pop up eventually. Yeah, my Wyvern killed that enemy over there. No help from me. Wyvern slaps. And I don't have much investment into its damage. Like, I don't have any points in Friend to Flame right now. I don't have, like, any of the companion damage stat. I don't have points in Friend to Flame. I don't have companion damage anywhere here. I have Disjoint Training, but no companion damage rolls. And the Wyvern's still killing. Hope they specifically buff magic shotguns. We'll have to see how the shotguns perform after the blanket buffs from today. General consensus after testing Spellshot Graveborn and Spellshot Sporewarden the best gun build or something else better. I don't know if it's... I think it's still too early for a general consensus. Like, on the surface, it would seem Spellshot Sporewarden, but there's lots of mitigating factors. Like, for example, Clawbringer gets Awe, and like, Awe is a game changer. Awe lets you crit all the time with everything. And that could be the play. So, I don't know. Wasn't sure if Wailing Banshee base damage affected hammer. Let's look. I don't think it does. This doesn't reference your equipped melee weapon at all. So I don't think it does. But Banshee would be interesting because I think Oath of Thunder bonus element would apply to the Banshee projectiles, and those Banshee projectiles do hit pretty hard. So like, it could be good damage. Doing custom overlay designs and artwork. Let me know if you want it done. Need to keep myself creative. Working towards PhD seat next year. Oh, that's super kind of you. Super kind of you. So many talented artists in this community. Does Echo from Fish apply on hammer throw? It does not. So think of your hilt modifiers on your melee weapon. Think of them in the same way amp works, where to get amp on a gun, you have to pull the trigger, and then it'll be things that came from that trigger pull. Hilt modifiers, you have to physically swing your melee weapon and connect with something to get them. So Echo is only from that. What other class do you like with Clawbringer other than Graveborn? There's an argument for Spore Warden. There's one for Spell Shot. There's one for Berserker. Staboments, or maybe for some dot stuff. Honestly, it's classes combine super well in this game. There's very rarely a clearly defined like best. Now, I happen to really like Graveborn on this for survivability purposes, as well as damage purposes, and it just kind of works out well with what I happen to be using for my armor. Because I have this Corrupted Plate Mail converting some damage to Dark Magic, and Graveborn is the one that can naturally boost Dark Magic, that just kind of works out well. But really, you could slot pretty much any multi-class with this Clawbringer tree and have some sort of gain, tangible gain. How do you feel about answering pretty much never-ending list of mechanical questions from viewers? I like it. Just roll the wisdom. Genuinely, it's what I do. It's kind of what I structured both my channel and my community around. Just, like, spreading weird video game knowledge about the games I enjoy making builds in, but in, like, a fun, palatable way. That's just kind of my brand, I suppose. So I really just don't mind it. In fact, I enjoy it. I like spreading good info. And if I can't answer a question, I like being able to at least point people in the right direction to people who would have the answer to such questions. Thank you, Wyvern. There we go. Pretty clean fight. Favorite keeper boss? This one. Questions spark ideas and ideas good? Well said, Onyx. Well said. Been messing with Claw Stab with dots and melee, super fun. Yeah, sounds like it. Mating Claw also pair with Grave primarily, but out of all the combos, try to Spell Shot is my next favorite off class. Yeah, Spell Shot providing the large amounts of gun damage along with spell damage pairs nicely. I like Graveborn for the global boosts plus the healing, and then you still get the spell damage as well. You know, the Dark Magic, it provides the most for what I currently have equipped. Spore Warden would put Wrath of Nature on the table, which is a huge damage increase. Also ability damage, which would help this capstone, which would help Rebuke even, Blastomate's favor. Ability damage just does a lot for Clawbringer's kit, and Spore Warden is the only tree that naturally gives you ability damage. Also gives you incentive for using ability damage, because that's what Wrath of Nature applies from. Yeah, Berserker is just a good combination with any class, so it's just good pair. It's got hotfixes, they're out, cool. I will, I'll go to main menu, see if that applies. If not, I'll just restart game. You have any builds that don't use either capstone? So if I was to do a Spore Warden Clawbringer build, there's a solid chance I would not take a capstone. Solid chance. Not assured, but solid chance. I believe I have a spell shot build that I don't take a capstone on. My meme laser hand build, I don't take a capstone. How effective would a Paradigm be for Spore Warden, specifically the one that boosts based off ability damage? So, the thing with Spore Warden's ability damage is, at the end of the day, it is only one skill. Spore Warden's the only one who gets an ability damage boost in Tree, but it is still only one boost. The most effective conversion method for a Paradigm would be using Spell Shot and converting spell damage into something else, because it's just the largest raw value. Fire Stabbo. Double gun handling. Ugh. Hey Sean, how you doing? You think Reign of Air is about to become god tier? I doubt that, but it was already a good item, and it's getting a buff, so it'll be an even more good item. Claw Spell Shot Deathless is a build I've had a ton of fun with. Spell has survivability like Grey, but it's shield based instead. The reason why I'm staying away from Deathless a bit there, is because of the purple goop. The purple goop just insta-kills you if you touch it, and have 1 HP. And there's a few bosses that have that goop. So, like, Banshee, Dragon Lord, Drill, Maker, all do that. Melee spell shot sounds like a serious thing. Definitely doable.
Back in business.
What's the number value of 2 or 3 awe? It's 11% per point for the crit chance Viper, so 22% for 2 awe. Which is still very significant. Better than Megavore, by the way. Hey Stone Man, how you doing? Alright, so now, let's, hang on. Before we quit out, what's the value of our last rights? 146 times 9. Okay. Let's see if quitting the main menu is enough to get the hotfix. It'll probably require a full game restart, but... let's see. Question becomes which class to use with melee spell shot, though. Probably either Stabbo or Berserker, because they're the ones with swing speed. And that's very impactful if you're actually trying to swing your melee weapon.
Back in.
211 times 9. Yeah, that went up. That went up. Number go up. I like it.
Business.
Last rights really do be chillin'. Forever Jacob's Black Powder fangirl. Hey, more power to you, Gwen. More power to you. There's something very satisfying about the sound design, the manufacturer gimmick, all that combined. I definitely get why people love Jacob's Black Powder so much. Jacob's shotguns are 47.37. So Black Powder is 47.37. Hyperius 44.4. Furrier 14.2. Dahlia minus 27%, almost 28. Wow, that's big. That's big. Skulldugger AR's got 43%. Those are some big changes. Wow, those are big values. How'd you run a Clawbringer spell shot? like this, except I just go that far down on spell shot. You can get armor with awe. That's, I believe, Clawbringer spell shot. So you go 6 out of 3 awe, and you just take everything for gun and spell damage directly from here, and you just do Clawbringer tree. That's what I would do. They stick on save quit? Ooh, that is the question. Let's see, 211 times 9. Save quit, go back in. Does the shotgun change count towards the legendaries too? Yes. They stick on save quit, or at least the Hyperius one does. Most satisfying sound is clairvoyance, but a specific mag where it pings when it runs out of ammo? Yeah. The Garan sound? Yeah. Chaotic Rain of Arrows. I have a volatile one somewhere, I believe. Oh, there it is. Wow. Oh, that's not the Rain of Arrows preview thing, but 1041 times 6 on that Rain of Arrows. That's a large number. That's a value. Interesting. Testing? I'm pretty sure it's bricked. And that enchant doesn't really help me at all in this build. It's not really suited to this build, especially because I don't have reload speed. Or mag size increases. Not suited to this build. Shimmer clean out your bank? I did before stream. This is my bank being cleaned out, Aaron. 505 out of 510 is a clean bank.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Ooh, we can do the new featured run. Let's do the featured run. Where are the percentage changes listed? Above you in chat. Like noob. If you just got here, I can repost for you. Just let me know. This doesn't look like a different featured run yet. Is featured run the same, like, map layout, but just the bosses change? Is that how they do it? Because that'd be interesting. I kind of like that, actually. If they kept featured, like, super consistent. Because it's definitely the same map. I got it. Thank you, King. I appreciate it. Just arrived. Welcome in. If only you had a super fast reload build. Yeah, if only. I could throw that Rain of Arrows on my spell shot. We could maybe have some fun with that, see how it goes. Although, I'm pretty sure I don't have shotgun SDUs on that character, so it'll be a very fun 1 minute. Which is the second most fun 1 minute I could give you. The other one is listening to a very short song together. Wholesomely. Wholesomely? Is that a word? In a wholesome fashion. Oh yeah, so Ice Spike change as well. Let's see if our Ice Spike is suddenly just, like, not murdering things. No, still... No, I think that is less damage. Maybe this Ice Spike was hitting more than once. Maybe it was this one. Because it... I mean, confirmation bias, because we just started using it, but... feels like it was doing more. They have Mayhem difficulties in this one? No, they have the Chaos mode, which is different. So I'm on Chaos level 20. And unlike Mayhem level difficulties, you need to earn Chaos difficulty, similar to how OP levels had to be earned. But they don't ratchet up things to the degree that Mayhem or OP levels did. Smaller increases. And there's not gear levels per individual Chaos level, so it's not like, hey, this is a Chaos level 20 gun. No, this is a volatile gun, which is a sub-rarity of items, a tier of items, I should say, that does open up at Chaos 20. But chaotic tier items, for example, such as... So this item says chaotic on it. Any Chaos level, 1 through 19, 1 through 20, can have items spawn as chaotic, which is basically the equivalent of +2 character levels. Whereas volatile, like this, is +4 character levels. And that's Chaos 20 only. But basically, this system is much better than OP levels in Mayhem because you don't have to refarm your gear constantly. So things you get while you're progressing through the levels will stay useful later on, and I really like that. It's still one-taps. Still 100k damage. So this is one of the ones with water. So if you do this, with, see? I just inflicted dark magic on myself by doing that. Ugh. Best gun in all Borderlands history? No such thing. Best is situational. And, in some cases, subjective. People have a different definition of best. For some people it's most fun, for some people it's most powerful, for some people it's most iconic. Best is not an easily definable thing in these games. Which is why I choose to stay away from the word best whenever possible. You could say I do my best to not say best. Chaotic Carouser. Nice. Carouser's sick. Can't find an effective way to power level yet. The thing with that, Diggy Fresh, is even if you were to level all the way to 40 without doing core content, 1, you don't have the Chaos Chamber unlocked, so you can't do that content. And 2, you don't have Chaos Mode unlocked because you don't have the Chaos Chamber. 3, you would be missing several gear slots. There's no reason to power level. You just, like, you have to go through that content to unlock those things anyway. So you would have no content to do, you would have no gear slots, and you'd have no difficulty levels. Not much point to power leveling.
Oh, that's a thing of beauty.
Is there a gun you would love to see back? No. Personally, I don't believe in returning items. I do not like the concept of returning items. It stifles creativity, and it creates situations where people have unrealistic expectations or flat out unpleasable. I don't think that constantly rehashing items is healthy or creative or necessarily good for the game long term. I think doing what they did and bringing mostly new items in is a better play. Made so many builds, I'm still trying to get at least one piece of gear I want to do, sad. Well, the thing with this ME3 King is I play a lot. A lot. Now, you guys will notice I don't dedicated farm. I don't go particularly ham on dice. This just happens to be a character that has the dice, but several of my other builds don't. It's all from just playing. Like, I'm not particularly lucky in most instances. Occasionally I'll get a notable drop, but for the most part, I just play. So at the end of the day, RNG is RNG, and it'll treat everyone a little bit differently. What shield are you running? I'm using a body rune. The body rune gives you a fire bonus element for a bit after killing an enemy, and also restores a nice chunk of your health on kill. In my opinion, body rune is just the most versatile shield in the game. Ward, shield, whatever. It'll just do something for you in pretty much any build. maybe least useful in a dot focus build, but you're still doing things that benefit from body rune in that instance, and you're still getting the heal on kill. So, like, any build can benefit from a body rune.
Every time. The cold of the grave.
Lucky 7 was definitely best for speedrunning in BO3. It wasn't, though. Not for everything. Example, True Guardian takedown category on Flak is not held by the Lucky 7. So, best is situational and subjective. Which is why I don't say best in most cases.
Wanna cross blades with the best.
Love my Curse Wit with Spin Wind Berserker. Clawbringer literally doubles or more by damage from them in the face. Yeah, Mr. Duke Nasty. Curse Wit is a very powerful word as well. Curse Wit and Body Rune are the ones I see the most. True Guardian takedown with Flag was too easy. Get the world record. Get the world record. Returning weapons make way less sense considering we're in a D&D campaign, and Murder, the one they did bring back, Sword Explosion, yeah. Like, that's pretty big evidence for me of why it's just not a sustainable process bringing things back constantly, because Sword Explosion was brought back, and it sucks. See, the way they brought back the Herald, that's how you bring stuff back. They made the Herald a hair option. Unkempt Herald. It's hair. It's fucking wonderful. It's brilliant. Might not like this, they indirectly buff spell shot in a pretty significant way. What happens, easy? Non-chaotic crossblades 920, that's pretty high. Wow, really? I got another cycle of this? Awkward. Also, this is the old featured run. That didn't roll over. This is totally the old featured run, as I suspected at the start. I just realized. Yeah, he was one hit. Awkward. A magic bullets is the only skill and passive in the game that provides weapon damage. All their skills and passives are bullet damage. That's how they fixed Barrage. So they gave Spell Shot a fresh mulch for guns? That's how they did that? I think it's been applied yet. It has been, Foster. The hotfix has been applied because the damage of my last rights changed. I just love doing that to the Dragon Lord in that phase. It's like, no, you can't teleport away. Slam and Salmon dope though, because it's a fish lab that actually slaps. Yeah. I love the sound effects too. So before, there were skills passes that provided weapon damage, which Barrage does not scale off of. What it does scale off is bullet damage, so all the passes they found that gave weapon damage changed to bullet damage. So we no longer have the divide between gun damage and gun damage. It's all of them are now bullet damage. Hey Jelly, how you doing? Except for magic bullets? Okay, so that functions as a nerf to every class of the game that isn't spell shot. Interesting, but I doubt most people will notice. Looking for a high damage frost spell to go with imbued weapon, not to bother how well it performs in killings, ideas and what I should be looking for. This one's really good. Ice Spike with the ground delivery. Glacial Cascade is good. You get a Frost Element Twister. Those are pretty good. What's this build? Where can I find it? I can go over it for you right now if you'd like, Ace Knight. Hey, Glacial Cascade with Spell Charge. Love to see it. Doing well, just finished workout. How's Clawbringer treating you? Clawbringer's great. Very fun. So, this is my Clawbringer Greyborn build. Now, the Greyborn tree is pretty secondary here, honestly. You could slot in whatever second class you like a lot. But I like Greyborn here for the healing and for the reason that the dark magic stuff here synergizes well with my Corrupted Plate Mail I have equipped. But in terms of action skill, we're using Storm Dragon's Judgment. We go down all the way down Clawbringer tree to Storm Smite. Now, Clawbringer is a class that people are still figuring out, and there's still a lot of hesitancy on, like, where Clawbringer's power comes from. And I'll just point out the very important stuff as I go down the tree here. Oath of Fire, fantastic gun bonus element. Very good. You love this. This is a good one. Oath of Thunder, good if you're doing a melee focus. Now, we're getting occasional uptime on it, and it's more importantly Wyvern damage. Now, the Clawbringer Wyvern hits fucking hard. It's actually really good. I don't have much investment into my pet right now, and it's able to kill things for me. So the Wyvern's good. So this is good for them, if nothing else. Dragon Aura is just a very powerful damage mult. It's just good. Rebuke is mostly utility, but it causing some amount of chip damage is nice. It giving some damage reduction is nice. And depending on your multi-class synergy, this can be really good. Particularly if you're Spore Warden, Rebuke is very good for applying Wrath of Nature. But it's just a decent skill. Dedication and Radiance are not good skills. I would recommend skipping those unless you were doing some ward-specific stuff, which this build is not, and I don't really consider very powerful compared to other options. Blasphemous Favor I take just because it is some amount of damage. It is not a good skill. It is just acceptable for one skill point for where it is. Does Rebuke trigger Awe? Awe is picky about what triggers it. I don't know for certain about that one, Dex. I'm not sure. Hey, Poria, how you doing? Look in your pause menu, you'll say your hotfix will say 1.01 OB, just added a second time and got E. Okay, then why did I get the shotgun changes? Because I did successfully get those. So, I don't know, we'll see. Firebolt gives us... Hang on. Huh. CZ, can you check Firebolt? Because this used to say 8. Now, them changing how gun and bullet damage... might have fucked with Firebolt, because it's visually showing 0 now. Now, this was 8% of one of the two gun damage stats, aka the one that was a multiplier to the other one, but I think they messed up Oath of Fire, or not Oath of Fire, Firebolt in the hotfix. Awkward. Well, this was 8%. We just got a hotfix. Don't know if it works. But regardless, the Firebolt attack for the Wyvern is good, so it's still got that going for it. I'd still take that. Storm Breath, really powerful Wyvern attack, and you get some damage reduction for it, so it's worth the time. Friend of Flame, I'm not invested into this, but Wyvern does good damage, so this would just make it even more gooderer, if you will. But I chose to put more points into Rebuke and Oath of Thunder instead. You can customize the taste. Yeah, Cat, you okay? You destroying my room? Okay, that's cool. Awe. So the way Awe works is the crit damage is exactly what you'd expect, 15% crit damage, additive with strength, all that. But the crit chance here is post-add crit chance. So it's basically, you do your normal crit calc, and then you slap Awe on the end after everything. Meaning Clawbringer has the most consistent crits in the game. Out of everyone except for a Stabomancer running from the shadows. So this is really good. This is where a lot of Claw's consistency of damage comes from. It could just make everything crit. Then we've got Indomitable for a little occasional damage, but more so a safety net. And then Storm Smite is, because we're already down here from Awe, it's good value per skill point, and it is good damage in mobbing. Show the gear too? I can absolutely show that. Give me a minute. Could be they forgot to change the UI. Yeah, like, it's possible to still give something. Then over in the Greyborn tree, we have Faithful Thralls for damage. We have 2 Immortal Vessel for a little bit of tank. We have Sanguine Sacrament. It's the best healing skill tree choice in the game. Extremely powerful. A Dark Pact to boost our Dark Magic damage, which we are getting from our Corrupted Plate Mail. Then we've got Dark Hydra for Faithful Thralls stacks, and we've got 2 in Ascension for spell damage to boost our Ice Spike. Now, we're getting Blast Gasp from our armor, which you can see over here. And this is the Corrupted Plate Mail I mentioned. Convert 30% of my damage to Dark Magic damage, which improves my healing and allows me to apply more dots at once. And because I'm critting so much, it's just a lot more damage ticks. It's very nice. Also allows my Wyvern to heal me by doing damage. Very nice. I'm using primarily Liquid Cooling, Action Skill Start. I'm using a Last Rites, which did just get buffed today. Very nice to see. I'm using a Slam and Salmon with Echo, Action Skill Active enchant. I've got gun damage rings. You try to get crit damage on these because Clawbringer crits a lot. Body Rune, Dark Magic damage. The Corrupted Plate Mail I mentioned. I'm using a Joint Training. Because Clawbringer crits so much, this is basically always active, both bonuses. So read it as 80% companion crit chance and 30% crit damage for you. And then using this Ice Spike. Tested Frozen Orbital. It's okay. It hits a lot. It's a bit awkward in some scenarios, though. Running Clawbringer, Sabomancer, Sagantanta, Dots. Dots being good is so fun. Definitely as Textor Zombie. Definitely. Is Awe good on a Claw spell shot if you're using spells? Awe is good if you are a Clawbringer at all. If you have any sort of affiliation with being a Clawbringer, if you have it, like, selected as one of your classes, you take Awe. There is no other situation. Like, you take Awe, or you are incorrect. Either you get Awe from your skill tree, or you get Awe from your armor. If you'd like to know which class combinations on armor roll Awe, !armor will show you the spreadsheet. Credit to Asa for making that. It shows you exactly which primary and secondary class you need to roll for certain combinations. You can get Awe from Spell Shot primary, Clawbringer secondary, I believe, and I think there's a second combination as well. The Clawbringer capstone isn't damaging me as much as people tend to believe it would. It's the puddles. As long as you don't stand in the puddles, it's fine. But if the capstone puts a puddle in the water, then that kills you very quickly. So it depends. Makes sense on how you kill. They didn't change the UI stat. But the change did go through. Because I don't feel like it's doing nothing. Like, I don't feel like I lost much damage, honestly. UI expects weapon damage that no longer exists. Okay, it's just a visual bug. Known issue, visual bug. So, Firebolt is still giving you damage. Although, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's now just 8% gun damage instead of being 8% of a attribute that was multiplicative with your gun damage stuff. So, like, now the damage from Firebolt is bad, but you take Firebolt for your Wyvern anyway, so you still take the skill. You tested Frozen Orbital? It's okay. I did answer that a moment ago. Frozen Orb is okay. It hits a lot, but it's a little bit awkward. It's nice lingering damage, especially if you can spam them. But ultimately, it's not a spell that I would personally spend a lot of time with. I love the reference stuff. Classic Diablo 2 reference. Like Ray to explain, very good. Congratulations. Thank you for the community. Hey, my pleasure, Joe. Thank you for being here. Early in the stream, I got the idea corrupted plate mail was in the very end of calculations. Now I get the idea the dark portion gets scaled by a percent dark. Is that true? How about percent elementals applied twice before and after conversion? So, it's simpler than you're thinking, Scroll of Wisdom. Basically, it just takes 30% of my damage and just chops it off, puts it somewhere else, and then that portion, instead of scaling with, let's say I'm shooting my liquid cooling, instead of that scaling with frost damage, it gets replaced with dark magic damage. So it just chops off a chunk and changes it to something else. So in theory, I'm losing damage against, say, bone health bars, because I'm not getting the matching bonus for that portion of my damage. But yes, that is why I'm spec'd into Dark Pact, to increase the converted portion. Play with unique Calamity spell Hellfire. I used it a little bit. I like it a lot. I want to get an enchanted one for my spell shot and try to spam it with Polymorph. That sounds like that'd be fun. They bricked the 8%. So the 8% is still there. It's just no longer a special 8%. It's just a regular 8%. Which it isn't as good. It's like a Mars Fusion? Yes, exactly like that. Except it's not a gun-only thing. It's a global thing. What do you expect for Hammerzerker? Using Laser Tree at the moment with Burr Capstone version. Curious if I should drop Burr Cap for Awe. I would personally go for Awe there, Onyx. Depending on action skill choice. If you're using Storm Dragon's Judgment, I would go Claw Capstone. If you're using one of the other action skills, I would still go Berserker Capstone. I would just then prioritize getting Awe in my armor. The question above, let me scroll. What does Unarmored Defense do for you, and how do you make the best use of it? So Unarmored Defense reserves your ward at the halfway mark, and then changes the wall full point to be that halfway mark. So you still get full benefit of any amp, brimming, vagabond effects that want your ward to be full. You still get full benefit, except the amount you have to regen to get there is cut in half. And also increases your effective tank because you get back more health than the ward value that it took. So there are no downsides to Unarmored Defense. You always take it. Any Berserker build that goes that far in the tree, you always take Unarmored Defense. It is always an upgrade. Always. Always, 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 always. 150% of the time. There are no downsides to it ever. It's a no-brainer. Seen any videos that walk through the full Wonderland's damage formula really well? Well, it's still being figured out, Foster, so any videos being put out at present are inaccurate, including the one that Rohith is mentioning from that particular creator, which, just as a general thing, I would prefer promotion of that person did not happen in my chat for various reasons that I would not like to get into. Just not here, please. I'm gonna head out trying to do Tower 30 to get to the Exalted Tower Challenge. Yeah, you do the thing, Viper. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Is damage reduction to Clawbringer and Tree worthwhile at all? I take it. Fair sorry about that? Nah, you're fine, Rohith. You didn't do anything wrong. You're fine. You had no way of knowing that. You're good. How close do you need to be an enemy to get the bonus from Cursed Wit? Pretty close, Snowspawn. Pretty close. Spitting distance. Had some guy drop a ton of hacked items in my lobby. Online games become unplayable soon. That's a thing that's been happening in public games all the way back to the first Borderlands game. Even on consoles. It's just something people like doing. They like ruining other people's experience. I would exercise extreme caution when playing in public lobbies. I would advise against it altogether. I would say put together a group through either the official Borderlands or Wonderlands Discords. You know, I'd say Borderlands for Borderlands, Wonderlands for Wonderlands, obviously. Content creator Discords have looking for group areas, and subreddits have been pretty good about that historically as well. I'd always go through that rather than directly in-game matchmaking for your own safety and enjoyment. Is there a shield that's comparable to Band of Sidorak in Wonderlands? Yes, the Bucking Bronco. Mr. Mustard. Same thing, except it also comes with a built-in brimming part. Now, it doesn't have the gun damage part of the Sidorak. Instead, it's got the brimming thing. So instead of the gun damage while empty, it's healing while full. But it has short recharge delay, fast recharge rate, low capacity. Same energy. Didn't mean to ask, you have a favorite personality for your characters? Not really, I just kind of pick what I'm feeling in the moment, Onyx. Glacial Cascade's arguably my most favorite spell, so fun to use. Yeah, I love that one too, Silent. It's great. It's definitely great. Quest reward spells are pretty fun in general, and the shark one's hilarious. Yeah. You may have answered this already, but does bonus X element damage mean added to anything, or does it mean you need to use X element? So in this case, something like this jelly increases existing damage. Something like this enchantment, while action skill is active, increase fire damage, increases existing. Something like what the body rune does, under the rune effect, when you kill an enemy, restore 15% of max health and deal plus 20% bonus fire damage. That plus 20% bonus fire damage is new damage. It is not an increase to your existing, it is additional damage that just kind of appears and is like, hey, you do fire now. The times 25 a shotgun, that's really enjoying the shotgun buff. Let's go, Micro. Is there a shield akin to the Madcap? Just has a really big capacity. The static charge, I believe, Textor Zombie. I think that's the highest capacity known right now. Hey, Edo Tony, do you think they should make dice scrolls and others account-wide? Honestly, I don't really care. Either way. I have no opinion. I'm neutral on that particular issue. I see the benefit. I also don't think it's really worth development resources in the long run, because it's not a big deal. So I'm neutral on that one.
Your scales are positively
Perfect, thanks. You're very welcome. Like Oath of Fire? Yeah. It creates damage like Oath of Fire, yeah.
But seriously, you should dare.
Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Cancel.
Think you can make it?
They have the timer on when the featured run resets now. That's nice.
Enter the chaos.
On amp, lightning bolt shields and amusing way of delivering lightning damage. Yeah, full battery. Hey, Manballer, how you doing? So, like, in theory, with the changes from the hotfix, I suppose I lost an 8% to one of my gun damage categories. Were rings separate from armor? Actually, rings were separate from armor. So, I suppose one of my damage categories got completely eliminated. So, my guns did lose some formula. But as you can see, it doesn't matter, because I still have a good build. So, there's gonna be people who are gonna complain about nerfs that you're gonna see out there. Just remember, those complaints are in bad faith. They are not based off of any tangible change. Got a Mimic Room? Yeah, that's a fun one. Second playthrough character was a Clawbringer. They become a main. I'm really enjoying Claw.
Is it possible, Ron?
Stuff like that is super satisfying, the hammer throw.
The cold of the grave!
Hey, Pupty, how you doing? Man, how you been? I've been great, Kryptonips. How you doing? Enjoying Wonderlands. Things going well. Lots of cool things happening. Just good times. Wasn't Purple Mega Room, was a Mount Craw Room. Ooh, you can get it in different areas. Interesting. Doing okay, thanks, how are you? Can't complain too much. A little annoyed with whatever's causing me to drop so many frames today. You know, some days are worse than others, but... Ugh. Tech issues be like... Other than that, I'm good. Final chests give you all the crystals missed during the run. Using a portal gives you all the crystals that are remaining on the ground in that room. So, portal is auto pickup. Don't have to run around picking up all the crystals.
I showed them how to do that.
Look at the wyvern killing things. Love to see it. Hey Trinity, how you doing? Look at the ISP. Yeah. Pain, pain, pain. Unfortunately, ISP options in my area are pretty shit. So this is the best we got. So I just kinda gotta put up with this. There's the thing for that one. Oh, it's there. Smart me. Hotfix Live? Yes. I wonder who told you that. Thank you again for that. We want Handsome Sorcerer as a Chaos Chamber boss in the future. I think it'd be a sick throwback since they already referenced him in the game. Personally, I'm of the opinion that, let old things rest. Like, I'd rather have new. The callback was enough, more than enough. They didn't even need to do that much. I'd prefer continued use of new ideas. That's just my preference. Not only for, you know, artistic reasons, but also because in some way, someone is gonna find a way to be like, oh, the original was better. No matter what they actually implement, you know, somebody's gonna do that, and I don't even want that door open. Any BO3 guns in Wonderlands? I'm trying to think of one. I can't think of any. Can't think of any.
Oh, you really thought you were going to win, didn't you?
Tizzy? No, see, the Tizzy was shit. I still catch heat for this sometimes, but... The Tizzy was a bullet hose that was bad at being a bullet hose compared to the other bullet hoses. I still catch shit for that sometimes, but sorry Tizzy fans, it just wasn't good. It was fun, it wasn't good. Now the liquid cooling is everything the Tizzy wanted to be, without the failures of the Tizzy. Big juicy Quieton. Glad they buffed shotguns, it felt underwhelming to me. I'd personally not considered black powder shotguns to be underwhelming. The Hyperius ones, sure. Maybe a little bit. I hadn't used the other weapon categories enough to have a strong opinion, though. The Monarch or Light Show game must be bad. There's guns that people have compared to the Light Show. I mean, if you want a ×4 bullet hose, ×4 SMGs are extremely popular in this game. They're not pistols, but same energy. I believe the Auto Magic is a ×4 pistol. Even has tracker darts, so it's like a tracking light show, if you really want to call it that. How romantic, catching flak all the time. You know my intimate relationship with Flakstone Swan, don't judge me. Chaos Streamer's already us refighting bosses already fought though. But I get what you're saying. I'm just willing to grasp for anything more, Jack. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't think it's necessarily inherently a bad idea, Gwen. Just for me, personally, I have very advanced stages of Jack fatigue. Honestly, the mention of Jack just makes me, like, I become a salt factory. Although I suppose Jack fans also become a salt factory, just not in the same way. But I would like these games to eventually get out of Jack's shadow, and it's never gonna happen with how much people ask for it. That's just my subjective opinion. In no way do I think that's the majority opinion at all. Do I think we'll get away from Jack? No. Do I want us to anyway? Yes. If that makes sense. Dragon Lord again, huh? Got him down to his health bar immediately. That was cool. Yeah, Jack's DNA is unfortunately just part of the series now, it feels like. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to Borderlands 7 when the dedicated drop source for the conference call 5.0 is, you know, save quit read-only farming one of Jack's used condoms in a fossilized Hyperion facility. But that's just the fear of mine. Quite a sentence. Now, as disgusted as some of you are, keep in mind, there are Borderlands fans out there who want what I just said.
I am invincible.
Bold of you to assume Jack used condoms. That is a sentence, Micro. I think that's the sentence of the day. I think you win. I think you win. Do you think for Wonderlands 2 they ditch the real-life framing device and keep it purely contained in the fantasy setting? I don't know. I doubt it. Because I feel like a lot of the charm was it being like, hey, this is a tabletop game. And also, we don't know what they're going to do if they expand on the Wonderlands universe with more games or anything. I would love them to. This is great. But I don't know. You want me to add that to the Dog Foster? I got you. Back to our meetings the best. Ooh, that sounds awful stuff, Beaver. Welcome back. Like BoJack Horseman as Wonderland's villain. Yeah, Will Arnett did a great job. The voice talent they got for this game, aside from the usual suspects who are always great, you know, Ashley Birch always good, but the celebrity voice actors just crushed it. Legendary RPs can roll with any class combination, yes, but the class combination does determine the skill rolls. But yes, any armor can roll, with the exception of the blank slate, I suppose, should mention, can roll different classes. Volatile Frenzied Wrath. 1 loot luck roll. That's not even a double loot luck, that's just 1. I got 1 passive. Why can it only roll with 1? I think the reason the story is as good as it was due to the interaction of IRL versus tabletop. I think it was definitely one of the strengths. Yeah, I would agree with that. I have severe Andy Samberg fatigue, so I hate Valentine. Oh. Yeah, I'm a Brooklyn Nine-Nine fan. Although, I've never watched, like, the last 2 seasons. I didn't know I needed to hear Wanda Sykes saying I will murder this quest and everything in it. That loved it in my soul. Yeah. 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 Fret was a great character. Valentine was, you know, exactly what you'd expect out of an Andy Samberg character, which is good. Didn't land for everyone, but not everything does. I still think it was good. I think he did a good job.
Hey, how you doing?
Those away. Did I check these thoroughly? How much money do I have? Yeah, I've been grinding money for SDUs by just doing the Chaos Chamber and not even selling anything. That's how much Chaos Chamber I'd do. Let's do an extended run. I was gonna do a spell shot run, but now I don't feel like it. Side quests are pretty amazing, for sure. I really enjoy them. I love these weather effects too. They're so cool. Imagine if you had these as some of the modifiers instead of, you know, elemental puddles cause map diarrhea. It'd be so nice. Do I have the health bug? Feel like I might. I have the health bug. Yeah. Yeah. So unfortunate. I wanted to do this run. Oh well, we save quit. Random question, hopefully this makes sense. Do rabbits spit out uniques at full 500 crystal deposits? Do you deposit like 250 for blues to pop out? I've not seen uniques in the pool at all, Danish Redneck, for bunnies. I've never gotten a unique blue from one at any value of crystals put in. So I don't know if they're in the bunny pool. I think it's a vendor thing. Health bug. Occasionally, when you load in Chaos 20, or any run, sometimes the Chaos HP fails to apply. So you'll still have the Chaos drops and everything, but you will not have enemy HP be high enough. So if you're sometimes doing stupid damage, make sure that the enemies don't have like 8,000 health, because that sometimes happens. Good to know. Time to world farm for a new cog. Yeah, I got, I have a chaotic one that I got from a vending machine. Just, I happened to be on another build and it popped up there. I think I'd like, I don't know, how would you guys feel about if they added like one particular vendor somewhere that was just entirely quest rewards? Like they had that in Borderlands 3. They had the Earl vendor was just quest rewards eventually. Like it would populate with quest rewards of quests that you've done. And the gun was eventually updated to do the same thing. Like, I'd really like a vendor. I'm saying like a lot. I'd really appreciate a vendor, just allowed us to get those. Because getting one to pop up at all, kind of difficult, much less getting one with the appropriate chaos tier. And then on top of that, some of them seem to be able to be sometimes enchantable. You ever done all 3 raid bosses? Yes. In fact, I'm gonna do as many as I can in this run. If that's something you guys would like to see. I don't like these. Guess we'll go break it up. It's gonna be painful. Enemies are gonna start one-shotting me, like, soon. That's fine. That's fine. Absolutely ask your Vox about the weather modifier. Describing by health bug. What I described. Sometimes enemies do not have the Chaos level HP applied to them. So you will be fighting Chaos 0 health. Ooh, you froze. Nice.
Nicely done.
That player voice? Yeah. Bit out of place. Use the Deathless armor with legendary amulet that causes dark magic to increase my max health, or raise my health above 1, or raise my max shield capacity. Should be shield capacity? Should be shield capacity. But I've not tested those two together. Since a reservation effect just should take priority there, it should just be the shield capacity. And that's a 3-piece combo. I need to see if anything weird happens. Blood Bag with Unarmored Defense and Deathless. Huh. That could get really weird. So in a Chaos Chamber just now, one of those mob spawning towers, right before it ended, there was an exclamation mark quest that popped on my map, visual bugs or hidden quests in Chaos Chamber. So I've had that happen one time. It was because the side bosses, in particular, the Tooth Fairy, if you've not done the Tooth Fairy quest, and you get the Tooth Fairy in the Chaos Chamber, the exclamation point is there, because the Tooth Fairy is the quest giver. So, it copied them and spawned them there. You can't get the quest. I mean, you might be able to try to talk them, honestly. But it would have been the Tooth Fairy. 401 and a Chaotic Dahlia now. That seems low. Thought it said somewhere that the boss doesn't get added to the Chaos River until you fought them. I've definitely gotten the Tooth Fairy without having done the quest and experienced exactly what Homie Data said. So I don't know. Maybe that's how it's supposed to work, and it's a bug, because I imagine they don't want the quest givers acting that way. But I don't know. But I've experienced that exact thing. Do named enemies in the Chaos Chamber have their dedicated drops? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. That modifier's hurting. This got buffed and this got buffed. Quag, liquid cooling. Listen, my brain's off right now. Don't judge me. We'll use last rites now. I'm just annoyed about the lack of enchantment on my last rites. Want an enchantable one. An enchantable volatile one. Oh, I'm getting some stutter. Shift, you okay? Look at the damage coverage of the Wyvern, just kind of like... And I have the ricochets from last rites hitting everything as well. This is really good area coverage. This last right's on a Berserker, probably cracked. Because you got the frost damage increase, you've got the old ways for close range. Berserker can take some fire rate. This thing does have a pretty slow fire rate. You get the damage for Icebreaker as well. Like, this gun on Berserker is probably sick. No way to update low-level gear? There's not. There's not. I can pet the pet for you guys. Cool. We got a Kevin right behind me. Would you say 3 out of 3 in awe is enough or go for higher? Depends on your crit chance and your damage delivery method. 3 out of 3 awe is a just 33% chance for anything to crit before other bonuses, or I suppose after other bonuses technically. So that's already really good. Put it in perspective, Flax Megavore was considered very, very impactful on gun builds in Borderlands 3, and that was a 20% chance on only bullets. 2 points in awe is more than that. So 2 points in awe is like better than Flak. So you could go higher. I'd say customize to taste. Last right's kind of slapping. What's your take on the buff valleys? Pretty concerning, IMO. Concerning in what way? Bung guns. I've not seen much to be concerned about. Wow, Butt Stallion just gave me 2 points. I have 7 out of 3 all right now. 77% post-ad crit chance. Okay. Okay. How the hell do you kill a loot goblin? Melee damage. Melee damage. You can see, awe is, awesome. It just murders everything. Who needs Spore Warden Capstone when you have fucking Last Rites? Wait, what happens with Last Rites and Spore Warden? Thank somebody for testing. When in doubt, smack it. You'll hit only crits and you will like it. I expect some incredible fuckery with all Blastcast, Arcane Volt. Could be fun. Now, the thing about Blastcast and Blast Chill is they don't crit. They're specifically barred from critting. But the thing that causes them can crit. The same way BL3's buffs led to it, she'll ever go down that route again? I don't think so at all. Like, there's no... I don't think there's anything problematic created by these buffs. And there's nothing to be alarmed about yet. Like, remaining open-minded. Like, which of them sticks out as problematic to you? Because Hyperia's shotguns were seen as underwhelming by lots of people. I don't think Furia shotguns really needed the love, but they also got a very small buff compared to some of the others. A Black Powder, if it gets more people using them, fine. It's not a hugely impactful buff. And in fact, they toned down Dahlia ARs. Which is something I imagine they're already getting some heat for. I don't think we're at the excessive buff stage of BL3 at the moment. Would any last rights be good, or are they parts dependent? I've not seen any other part combination than this one. This just happens to be a volatile one. But I've not seen any other variation of last rights to begin with. Don't hit the pole.
Is it possible I'm too good? Of course not.
What Clawbringer multi-class should I use to get the absolute most damage out of my hammer throw? Spore Warden has ability damage, but no global. Berserker has a bonus element, global, and blast chill. Graveborn has global damage. Spell Shot with a paradigm could convert the spell damage into ability damage. But Knee Jerk, I would say Berserker? Berserker. Black Powder and Inferior stick out. Was Black Powder overperforming before the buff is the question. Bung Guns. Same to you, Micro. Like, sure, it's a big buff. But, like, was it overperforming before? And considering the hotfix has been out for an hour, can we accurately say it's overperforming now? Especially relative to other things available. As for Furior, I do expect that we're going to see Furior toned down at some point. Like, I fully expect that. Furior and Torg are likely not staying how they are, if I had to bet. Add a timer to feature on tab. Yeah, it's super nice. Thanks, Cloud. Off to more meeting. If you missed the end stream, have a great day. Thanks so much, Stuff Beaver. Always a pleasure to have you. I hope meetings are a little more forgiving. But thank you. Not saying they are, just expressing concern. It's early, though. You're right. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit of, you know, caution is always a wise choice. I just don't think there's cause for alarm yet. I think we're still at a very early stage. Remember, we've not gotten a patch yet. We've gotten 2 balancing hotfixes of wildly differing sizes. And we've gotten no patches. Game's been out 2 weeks. I'm not worried. This much awe is crazy, dude. Just everything crits. It all crits. It's all crits all the time. Crit, 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 crit. I am become critical.
I just saved you from a lifetime of embarrassing yourself.
I don't care about the fire spray. Fuck you. I'm critting.
This is my competition.
Chat, I'm gonna crit. I'm gonna crit. Still haven't tried a Fury besides testing the Pixies. I know they feel cheap to me. I'm staying away from them a lot because it's just very oversaturated. It's like, hey, I can throw Fury or Hydra in one shot, and I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. That's cool. On to interesting stuff. That's just how I look at it. In fairness, he says as he uses a liquid cooling with his last rates. How's this single target? Not bad, honestly. Definitely a mobbing gun rather than a bossing gun, but like, it's not terrible. I think 8% additive gun damage low for 1 point skill, maybe they'll come to a later point. Yeah, maybe they reworked that now. It wasn't problematic before because it was a mult. Now that it's not. Oh, second wind gun.
I'm okay. It's a little thing called acting. Maybe you've heard of it.
Yeah, I need another single target gun. Ooh, maybe a handbow for this. Yeah, maybe a handbow. I don't have a lot of reload speed though. But with my crit chance from Awe, maybe I don't need it. Maybe I can just hit the crit and just use a handbow. Ooh. Do I do that, chat? It's not an elemental gun, but could work out really well. According to Lazy, their way of buffing Barrage was interesting. Yeah, they didn't actually change Barrage. They changed everything around Barrage. Why did I have an interact? Oh, it's just that. Okay. You know what? We'll just fully gloop this way. We got time. Okay, help our moves. Loop, your tracking is sometimes just hideous.
Take aim. Who's up for some fun?
I actually do notice that damage loss a little bit. That's interesting. Noticeable damage loss on bossing in this. But I have enough damage, so I ain't even mad. Oh yeah, I forgot we hit Bark too.
I'm pointing!
So strong in terms of emotional damage.
It's far. It's worth being far.
Not to, but I'll complete this. Bring that one down!
Oh, that was a crouch. Oopsie. Yeah. That was just, I misplayed. I have no excuse. Pure misplay. Yeah, Bark is punishing. You make a mistake and Bark just... This would be where Skeep would be useful, but that's fine. Theory crafting. What other on-crit effects can this break? Catatumbo, Arcane Bolt. Arcane Bolt would be, yeah. Is any black powder weapon with ricochets, really? Or claw swipes you have to duck? Yes, these sideways swipes are, you dodge them by crouching. Oh, okay, Bark. That's cool. You just did this attack while I'm not in the arena. Alright. Yay. Cool. Fair play. Alright. Well, that was shit. Cool. Don't do it again. Okay. Pain. And that's when you have to crouch, or at least the game wants you to crouch. Handbow does right? Yes, handbow is what I'm gonna test out. Whatever you say, Maker. No body rune? Rude. A lot of crystals, though. I'll take it. I will take it. Ooh, chaotic amalgam. Yoink. Triple crit damage, eruption. I get those a lot. Corrupted plate mail, Spore and Clawbringer. Sure, why not? Hey, Coomers, how you doing? Sucks that Bark just leaves you 1% if you take one hit. I think that that's fair. It's just that it also applies a dot, and the dot is the annoying part because often when it's doing that attack, there's no ads, so you're just sitting there for a while. You're like, oh, guess that's this life, and then by the time you bleed out, when you get back, Bark is doing the, you know, fuck the entire arena attack, including the point where you teleport in. I think the strat there is if you go down to that attack on Bark and there's no ads, die as fast as possible, just bleed out, so you can get back in before it says fuck your arena. 30% melee amulet reload works for underbarrel attachments. Do with that what you will. Oh, no, just the ammo refill? Yeah, I thought you were saying that they counted as melee damage. Yeah, that's cool. Taser Ghostblade. That sounds fun. Taser Ghostblade with Executioner's Blade. Stabble Claw do that. Offer the crit chance. Sounds like a good time. Wait out the corrosive bubbles, which of course messes up run times. Yeah, I don't have patience. Can you all just wait it out? Yeah, you could, but like... No. I don't wanna. I like doing things fast. Okay. Sometimes you enter right under Bark's sack. Yeah, that's frustrating. For sure.
My face.
Okay, so. This gun good. I want this enchanted. I gotta do some digging and see if I can set up a save on Chaos 20 that hasn't done this quest, and then, I don't know, maybe read-only farm that quest and try and get that. Yeah, I want enchanted volatile last rites for this build, because it's really fun for mobbing. And for other builds. I want to try it out on a Berserker. So, that's something I'm going to be keeping in mind. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to call it. I'm tired, and there's a bunch of stuff I want to get done today. Can't reroll. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, Rune. You can't enchant quest items. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. It seems to be inconsistent, but we pulled, for example, this shield, this quest reward shield ward from a vendor today, and we were able to roll an enchant onto it. So sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Any other manufacturers make Thrall companion guns or Sphere make any non-pistol SMG shotties? No to both. No to both. But yeah, follow me on all the socials and stuff. Let's find somewhere to raid. I appreciate you guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll be live tomorrow as well. Let's see who's on. Vander's on, Alec is on, Pascarone's on, Dame's playing Elden Ring, Lazy's on, K6 is still on, Birdman's on. Let's over to Birdman. On Fear Rock Launcher that spawns Bunded Hog, that'd be amazing. So let's go say hi to Birdman. Join the raid. Give him some love. I've actually got a... What time is it? I gotta step away for a moment right when... Like, as soon as my stream's over. So, you guys say hi from me. Here, just make that the raid message. Spam hi from Quag. Because I'm not gonna be there. But yeah, you guys are great. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Once again, all the new people, nice to meet you. Let's do more cool Wonderland stuff tomorrow. Maybe we start a playthrough, maybe we do some builds. We'll see what happens. I got loads of ideas. Take it easy, everyone. Bye-bye.
Has now put us over 5,100 subs on YouTube, so...